yesterday. No, don't worry. Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3. Try. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Ok. Sì, non può sentirmi. No. Can you hear me now? 1, 2, 3. Try. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, it's in the red again. It's in the red. If you can, yesterday the level was fine. We just need to reduce the level a little bit, please.
Ok. Peppe, can you hear me? Se puoi diminuire un po' il volume. 1, 2, 3, try. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Still in the red. It's still in the red.
It's still in the red. Ok. It's still in the red, Beppe. 1, 2, 3, Beppe, che mi puoi sentire? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6.
Still in the red. If you can just bring it down a little bit, just a very small amount, so that it'll come down a little bit, just back and forth.
Ok. Beppe, è ancora nel rosso, però un pochino meno. Ok, 1, 2, 3, prova. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. Prova, prova. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Speak. No, now it's too low. Just, I'll just come up a little bit, please.
Ok. Is it too loud now?
No. That's perfect. A
Oh.
few more words.
Ok, 1, 2, 3, prova. 1, 2, 3, prova. 1, 2, 3.
Just up a little bit.
Ok.
A very small amount.
Ok. Beppe, just up a little bit.
A few more words, sir.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, prova. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, prova. 1, 2, 3, prova. Prova. 1, 2, 3, prova.
Just increase a very small amount. Up a little bit, please.
Ok.
A very small amount.
Ok. Beppe?
That's good there. That's good there. Speak now.
Ok, 1, 2, 3, prova. 1, 2, 3, prova. 1, 2, 3, prova.
No, it's loud.
It's
It's
too
too low now.
loud now. Ok.
No, it's too low.
It's too low. Ok.
Yeah.
Be
A little bit.
Beppe? Beppe, can you hear me? Beppe?
That's perfect there. That's perfect there. I'll go with that there.
Ok.
I'll go with that.
Is it okay now?
Yeah.
Ok, thank you.
Sounds good. All right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the UK Pro League at the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre in Loughborough for day 2 of week 3 of competition. And getting going on court 1 today, we have a battle of the Jacks. 19-year-old Jack Draper, the top-ranked man in the draw, up against Jack Findle-Hawkins, who is so far the only player at this event to have beaten Anton Matusovic in straight sets. So that's an interesting stat for you. Abigail Johnson here to take you through this first of 6 matches that will be played today on court 1. Another 6 matches lined up over on court 2. We are very much keeping you entertained here. Billy Harris up against Alexis Cantor to kick off the day on court 2, but we are keeping our attention firmly on this one to see if Draper can keep up his fiery form of yesterday. On that occasion, he was making his league debut against Alexis Cantor, and it was a 6-1, 6-1 result for Draper. So having been out in Miami just a couple of weeks ago, he will have been pleased with adjusting well to the quick turnaround, and it didn't end well for him in Miami. Some people will be aware that after his first set against Mikhail Kukushkin, that his opponent edged. He did collapse on the court, was struggling with the heat and the conditions. He's had a difficult start to the year, having caught COVID in January and taken some time to recover. But it's great to see him back in fine form here in Loughborough, and we're looking forward to keeping an eye on his progress for the rest of the week. And for Jack Findle-Hawkins, it's familiar territory here now. 3rd week of action, and this is the 3rd time we have the pleasure of seeing him here in Loughborough. His serve and volleys and hand skills at the net lighting up the courts. He also kicked off his campaign yesterday, but it was a difficult match against the ever-dangerous Julian Cash, who edged 2 tight sets. It was a 7-6, 7-5 result, so as close as Findle-Hawkins came, because that one ended in straight sets, he didn't actually get any points out of it. The format here is 3 points for a straight sets win, 2 points for a win, 2-1, and then still picking up a point if you manage to grab a set on the way to a defeat.
Right to the chair, Jack Findle-Hawkins. Draper won the toss and chose to receive.
So Jack Draper, the top-ranked man in box A, currently sits side by side with Julian Cash at the top of the group after 1 day of action. And he'll be looking to keep that clean sheet today. Findle-Hawkins looking to get his first point on the board here. And it will be a tough task against this player on your screen now, Draper, who has been on the radar of many for a number of years. He was a finalist at the 2018 Wimbledon boys event, narrowly losing out in 3 sets in the final. And from there, he's been making steady progress. 6 of his 7 ITF singles titles have come right here in the UK. So that tells you a bit about his ability to handle the expectation and the attention that's been on him from a young age. Findle-Hawkins, meanwhile, hasn't spent so much time in the UK, 26 years old, and he did go the college tennis route. Played for the North Florida Ospreys, did the full 4 years with them. Finished his senior year in 2017 and kicked off his pro career properly in January 2018. Played 3 events here in the UK to kick off. One of those was right here at the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre in Loughborough. So he'll have good memories of these courts.
Time.
He's from Devon originally, Findle-Hawkins, now doing his Masters in Nottingham, so not too far away from here. And you'll see to the side of Jack Draper's bench there, Joe Dury, double-time Grand Slam champion, keeping an eye on him. Draper trains at the Jet Academy, where Joe Dury and Alan Jones are head coaches. Here she is, pleasure to have her. We have seen her here at the UK Pro League already, keeping an eye on Elise Maloney, who reached the final during week 2 action. Maloney up later on court 1 in a rematch of that final, taking on Emily Appleton, their 4th on. since Draper elected to receive, an interesting choice, it will be Jack Findle-Hawkins to get this match underway.
First set. Jack Findle-Hawkins to set. Ready? Play.
And these two facing off for the first time, but Draper will know what he's up against. Findle-Hawkins is one of the more unique players amongst this bunch that we have in Loughborough. His ability to consistently change things up can be challenging, likes to rush the net, take time away. And there's the touch that Draper has to be ever so careful of. Findle-Hawkins with great craft around the net, ability to adjust.
Taylor. Okay. Findle-Hawkins. First game.
Brilliant hold to settle Findle-Hawkins into this. He's come out ready. And we will see him moving at that court. It is so dangerous to try and go toe-to-toe with Draper at the baseline. He's got a big forehand. His backhand can really be utilized as well. In his match with Alexis Cantor yesterday, he probably played about 75% of the match off his backhand wing. And he was drilling it deep. Can generate so much pace off both sides. And Findle-Hawkins is a player that can try and unsettle that rhythm, just make life more difficult, more uncomfortable for his opponent. And that's the kind of thing that Matusovic, another player with a big forehand, struggled with when he faced Findle-Hawkins in his first match of week 1.
Love.
Draper, obviously a lefty, which can be a weapon in and of itself, but that serve can be pretty brutal. Sends it down with pace. Tough to read. In that match in Miami that ended so unfortunately, Draper 100% went toe-to-toe with Mikhail Kukushkin, a player that has given some of the biggest names in the sport trouble over the years. taking it to him on multiple occasions, so he knows where his level belongs.
Okay, great.
And a couple of love holds to get this one going.
1 game.
Both these two proactive with the first shot behind the serve. Going to try and make sure that the openings are few and far between.
Love 50.
Getting that first point of a return game is always a big one. Just sets the tone.
Love 30.
And gives you something to build on. The thing with Findle Hawkins being such a good serve and volleyer is the fact it can become a bit predictable, and Draper, with his sharpness on the return, that's something that he can try and catch him out with, be ready for it. Difficult placement to the body there.
Love 40.
And 3 body returns in a row, taking that angle away from Findle Hawkins and getting Draper well into proceedings. Here we go. Triple breakpoint opportunity. Great hands though, so soft.
15, 40.
Got a bit of a way to climb, Findle Hawkins, but if he takes it step by step, he can definitely dig his way out of this hole. Love hold to open.
Game. Draper.
Well, you're always in trouble when Jack Draper's got himself inside that baseline. Ball on his forehand
Draper
wing.
leads 2 games to 1.
On the ascendancy there, Findle Hawkins couldn't find a way back. And he's not done. He's just going to find a stray ball, I think. Playing ball boys and lines judges, the players here. Minimise the persons present due to the pandemic. But here is Jack Draper then with the break. So calmly went about his business there. Very deliberate with his placement of the returns. Findle Hawkins has a fair bit to think about after the way that game went. Draper quite suddenly breaking through after a couple of love holds to open. And you can't get much from looking across the net at Draper. He doesn't give you anything. There's nothing to read. He's very focused. in the manner he goes about his game, his tennis. And you see that off the court as well. I remember an ITF event back in September 2019. He was 17 years old at the time and just so focused, keeping himself to himself ahead of matches, going out, getting it done, then going back out on the practice courts to train again. That was in Shrewsbury. He was the top seed at such a young age and still rolled to the title without dropping a set.
Love.
Being able to manage the outside attention is such a big deal for Draper. He has the game. It's a huge game. Big serve, powerful ground strokes. He just needs to be in the right headspace to execute. And we have been seeing that from him. He was on the up at the back end of 2019, beginning of 2020, winning routinely at ITF level, starting to take the step onto the Challenger Tour. He did have goals for 2020. He was ranked about top 350 at the end of 2019, was looking to break the top 200, top 150. Obviously, the pandemic put a stop to that. But even after his struggles at the beginning of this year, he seems to be getting straight back to where he left off, and that's encouraging signs for him. Findle Hawkins here is going to have to use all of his slicing, dicing prowess to get back into this. Draper not missing with the first punch.
Draper leads 3-1.
Well, there's the break consolidated. Findle Hawkins trying to get on top of and take advantage of that second serve return there, but just pushed it long. And that's something he has to be aware of. Those openings are going to be few, and the second serves that come down, they need to be utilized. Great idea from Findle Hawkins. The depth in that rally had kept Draper behind the baseline, so picked a great moment there to throw in the drop shot. Just exposed his positioning slightly.
30 love. Love.
Well, this is exactly what he would have ordered here, Findle Hawkins. Not done yet, but at the moment he just needs to really focus on his side of the net, what he can produce. And that'll do it.
Okay.
Searing the edge of the service box. And he does stay in touch
Draper leads 3 games to 2.
as we head to the sit down, which is as much as he could have asked for at that stage. Still early on in this first set, but Draper is going to feel quite confident having seized the early break with how his match went yesterday, dropping just the 2 games in total. Mentioned that Findle Hawkins went the college tennis route. And Jack Draper's older brother Ben has done the same thing. He's out at the University of California. Forever interesting in tennis, how you see a lot of the younger siblings coming through and making moves. You have Andy Murray, Serena Williams. And there are many more names. It's just a testament to the fact that having an older sports competitor, tennis playing sibling can provide motivation. So Findle Hawkins looking to get something going in this return game.
Love. Love.
Knowing the ability of Draper's lefty forehand and how difficult it can be to read, a lot of players will be tempted, as Cantor did yesterday, to hit into his backhand a lot. But that can be a strong and lethal weapon in and of itself. Travels quite low, heavy conditions here.
Love.
And the thing with Draper is it's very difficult to unsettle him because he's a great mover around the court as well. Even on the stretch, he can get great placement on his shots.
Say 50.
First double for either player. There really haven't been too many free points on the serve in that respect.
Draper.
But that will do nicely.
Draper leads 4 games to 2.
The serve very much warming up, and now we're getting an idea of why Draper elected to receive at the beginning of this match. Yeah, he didn't get a point on the board in his first return game, but he was quick to break through in the second and very confident in his own ability on serve, so he would have known that even if he didn't break through straight away, he'd very much still have chances to get his nose out in front.
Love 15.
Again, Draper just so well balanced around the court. Findle Hawkins striking into the backhand to open up the space to put the pressure on down the line. But Draper not afraid of a slide around the court.
Love 30.
You could see what Findle Hawkins was trying to do there, drawing Draper up the court and quick to go down the line and try and expose his positioning. But it's a sharp Jack Draper we're seeing today, quick on his feet. And not offering up much at all.
Love 40.
Well, when he misses his bread and butter, that definitely spells danger for Jack Findle Hawkins. Triple break point chance for Draper to net the double break here.
Fifteen, 14.
Well controlled by Findle Hawkins. That return came in strong off the backhand side. He would have had to hold himself so steady to get that one into play, and even Draper's wheels couldn't get that one back into court. So 2 saved, 1 to go. Great adjustment from Draper. Quick around the court. Jack Findle Hawkins, we know what he's capable of with the half volley. Draper was ready for it. Big play at a big moment, 5-2. And now with the opportunity to serve for this opening set. He has been locked in. Seemed only a matter of time. And Findle Hawkins, credit to him, changing it up, going through different options. But Draper at the moment has the pace of footwork, the pace of shot. and seems quite confident that this opening set at least is on his racket, so very shortly he'll step up to serve for it. They're continuing over on court 2, where 2 more players from this box A, Billy Harris, week 1 finalist, and Alexis Cantor, are facing off. They are much closer to the beginning of the opening set, 3-2 in Cantor's favor. Here we go then with about 25 minutes on the clock. Jack Draper serving for the opening set.
Love. Love.
The ability to just go about his business like this, quick blows, has got to be really intimidating to go up against.
Let's see, 50.
But return placement like that will help. Findle Hawkins landing it in the corner there. Has to be that good at the moment. Well, the serve is really getting going now. Couple of chances to close.
Game and first set.
And that will do it.
6 games to 2.
Fitting that it finishes in that manner from Jack Draper. The first serve proving such a weapon. And wherever he is on the court, he really is not giving much away at all. Jack Findle Hawkins has a lot of thinking to do at the close of this opening set that has raced by pretty quickly. Have to remember there is a huge rankings gulf out here on court 1. Draper currently ranked at world number 320. Credit to his steady rise. Findle Hawkins, on the other hand, current singles ranking of 917, just hasn't had the same amount of experience despite the age difference. You can see here the second serve points 1 percentage down low from Findle Hawkins. Draper able to get on top of it, and the first serve percentage in just down at 47% for Findle Hawkins. And the way Draper is able to return anyway, that number really needs to be higher. He's so able to utilize his serve, Findle Hawkins, get up in the forecourt, finish points off quickly. And if the serve isn't biting, then the likelihood of him finishing those kinds of points goes down, takes a dip.
Second set. Findle Hawkins to set.
And a chance to rewrite the script here. Findle Hawkins serving first once again.
Love 50. 15.
Well, they'll be heaving a sigh of relief there. That was not too far wide from Draper. But credit to Findle Hawkins for having the bravery to move forwards after the way the previous point played out.
$15.30.
Serving into the backhand wing a lot, Findle Hawkins. And you can understand wanting to avoid that Draper lefty forehand, but might just be becoming a bit predictable and readable here for Draper, who is looking as warmed up on that backhand side as he is on his forehand.
$15.40.
And the shoulder slump. It's the kind of shot he loves. But Draper covering the back of the court, probably rushing him slightly there, distracting him. And also making him feel like he has to go for a fraction more with that shot to finish things off. Double break point. That's just too good from Jack Draper. Sharp as a knife.
Game, second set.
Quick across that baseline, and there it is, the set and a break advantage. Just a quiet nod from Joe Dury there. Keeping a careful eye on things, but Draper seems pretty secure with the way he's playing right now. Findle Hawkins is capable of some great touch and feel. The backhand slice, particularly noteworthy, and you just wonder if maybe he should try and change it up a bit on the return, give Draper something different to look at, slow the pace of play down a bit.
$15.
Because as much as he'd like to, he's not going to out-muscle Draper from the baseline. This young opponent just has too much power, is timing the ball so well today.
$30 lob. $40 lob.
You could see there, Findle Hawkins had anticipated that serve, was trying to get on top of it, but it came into his racket strings with such kick, it was difficult to control.
Game Draper.
And there is the consolidation.
Draper leads 2-game Philip.
Not even a reaction, he is so focused. Well, not a lot that Findle Hawkins can do on the return right now, but the service games are on his racket. So he needs to not get too far ahead of himself here. Oh, that's more like it.
15 love.
Great angle and direction on the volley, back behind as Draper was racing to cover the baseline. But the drop shot, unless Draper is pushed right back behind the baseline, as he was at one stage early in the first set, they're going to be risky because he's so quick on his feet, big strides, and so well balanced once he gets up to the net. Sees those shorter balls as an opportunity to put the point to bed. It's tough, he had to take that one low, the racket face a bit too far open. And Draper knows exactly what he's doing out here with the placement of those returns, low traveling. And a bullet on the run.
15-14.
Up the back of the ball. Did not break stride. You cannot argue with the quality that this 19-year-old is producing right now. To generate here another double breakpoint chance. Findle Hawkins is going to feel the weight of that scoreboard pressure.
Draper, new balls, please.
Well, you can understand going for more on that second serve because Draper has been so quick to get on top of all the serves coming at him, reading it incredibly well. And would surely, with his comfortable position on the scoreboard, have taken a swing at that second serve. So much pressure being applied. And Draper has to be feeling pretty pleased about his position in the match right now. For Findle Hawkins, it's a hard day at the office, but it's a match that he will take a lot away from however it ends, whether he can claw his way back into this or not. It's not so often that he would be able to go up against a player of Draper's quality and potential. And that's where the UK Pro League is such a great opportunity, bringing a mix of players and talent within the UK to the same venue. A lot of them getting the kind of profile and status that they wouldn't usually out on the hard grind of the ITF circuit. And the prize money that comes with it is not to be scoffed at either, so brilliant chances all round for the players competing here. But Draper right now is showing exactly why he is the man to beat, why he has the highest ranking in the draw this week. Wimbledon towel around his neck, a reminder of that 2018 run that he made that put him on so many people's radars to the final of the Wimbledon boys event. And he's not had it easy since. He's had his struggles with illnesses, with injuries, even during the pandemic, wasn't able to take part in a lot of the British domestic events. Should have featured in the Battle of the Brits in the summer, wasn't able to. But he did make an appearance at the Battle of the Brits Premier League of tennis at Christmas time, actually played on his 19th birthday. And got quite a noteworthy win over Cameron Norrie during that tournament.
Love.
Actually lost his last match at the Premier League of Tennis by the narrowest of margins to a certain Anton Matusevic. So it would be intriguing if those two were to face off here.
Third seal up.
You can't fault what Findle Hawkins is trying to do there, looking at the very slim opportunities of second serves that come. He takes a step in, tries to get on top of them, but Draper sending them down with kick. You never really want to face a lefty, and you certainly don't want to face one serving with the kind of form that Draper has.
.30-50.
A rare miss, something to take hold of here. It's a pretty key game for Findle Hawkins to stop Draper consolidating. Try and make a move in this set and just stay out here long enough that Draper might just drop off his form a little.
.15.
And again, trying to change it up on the return. That was definitely an option for him, using that backhand slice. But it's tough when the serve is coming in with such force to get the depth that he needs with it as well. Draper well over the top of that, holding his position. He did clip the outside edge of the line. I was waiting for the confirmation from the chair because that one was so close. Really has to be risky now. Set down, 3-love down in the second set. Not got much to lose here, Findle Hawkins.
Draper. Draper leads, 4 games still up.
There was always the possibility that coming in here after a quick turnaround, having been competing abroad ever so recently, Draper might be slow off the mark, might take a while to adjust to the conditions. His first opponent, Alexis Cantor, was present in week 2. Findle Hawkins has played both previous weeks of the league, and he could have been at a disadvantage not having been used to the conditions, but he is getting going quickly here.
.15 love. 30 love.
Good to hear that positive response from Findle Hawkins, still backing himself, still keeping himself in this one. Never over till the close of match point, however well the opponent's playing.
Love.
And a reminder of why he has been trouble at the UK Pro League. Finished in 5th place week 1. Only a spot lower during week 2, finishing up at 6th. Had a tough playoff match against Billy Harris.
Game, Findle Hawkins.
And he gets on the board in the second set. Well done, Jack Findle Hawkins.
Draper leads 4-1.
Bit more oomph on the serve there. And when you're that far down on the scoreboard, maybe it does help just to loosen up a bit. No one wanted to see Jack Draper's name in their pool at the beginning of this week. Just to put into context how quickly this one is passing by over on court 2. They are still midway through the opening set. Billy Harris up 4-3 on Alexis Cantor. Another opportunity then for Findle Hawkins to try and make an impact in this return game. Hasn't seen a break point yet. And not only that, has pretty much just picked up a handful of points on the return so far.
Love 50.
Just lent out of the forehand there. And we spoke earlier in the match about the setting of the tone that winning the first return point can do. Findle Hawkins didn't have to do a lot there, but right now he's got to take hold of any opportunity that comes his way. Something to build on here. Not if the lefty swing serve has anything to say about it. It's frustrating. You've got to feel for him. Up against the relentless pressure of Draper, even the kind of shots that he would usually land after not finding the court just starts to pile up.
Forty, 15. Draper. Draper leads 5-1.
Brutal hitting. Closing in behind that forehand. Just to add the pressure, take the space away, rush his opponent as if he needed to do anything else at the moment. He's not done a whole lot wrong out here, Jack Draper, and it has taken him 1 game away from the straight sets win. And of course, 3 points would come along with that. Oh,
Love 50.
you cannot argue with that. An absolute rocket off the strings of Draper on the stretch. What can you do?
Good. 15. Net for serve.
That's good play. Wasn't distracted by Draper racing to cover there. Findle Hawkins just staying committed to his shot. You can see the lengths he's having to go to. Wide serve, bit the outside edge of the service box. And even putting that volley softly into play, Draper almost had it.
Ready.
The great thing about the format of the UK Pro League is whether a match goes your way or not, you get to come straight back out the next day and try and change things around, get a better result, put in a better performance. And that's the kind of experience that you don't get on the international circuit. You lose, you leave, next tournament. But Findle Hawkins isn't quite done here. The best he can ask for right now is to force Draper to face the mental scenario of serving this one out.
Game. Findle Hawkins.
And force him to, he does.
Draper leads 5-2.
Perfectionist nature showing through from Draper there. Such a worker, unimpressed with his last couple of points in that game. A minor slip up in the grand scheme of things. But he knows what it takes to progress up the ranks. Very clear on the path set out ahead of him. The higher up you go, the more often the slightest of mistakes are penalised. And he has his sights set on the heights, does Draper. Did kick off the year able to play a couple of challenger events in South Africa. And then made his ATP Tour debut with that Miami Open appearance. Such a shame that it had to end the way it did, because he was giving a great account of himself, showing that he does already have the game to live with the best. The slimmest of margins separate the guys at the top. And a major step towards those ranks is being able to win the matches that he should be winning comprehensively. That's what Draper's looking to do here, serving for the win at 5-2, second set. Unstoppable, just catching the outside edge. Findle Hawkins has tried to mix it up, he's tried to hold him back, but Draper so proactive with his tennis. Just a brilliant combination of shots. You can see the effort that Findle Hawkins had to put in just to stay alive in that point. Draper adjusting the top spin on the forehand after Findle Hawkins put the return in low. And very steady to finish things off, so 2 points away. Nice touch, a rush on the return.
15.
Might as well. There's just not been so much opportunity to do something like that for Findle Hawkins because the serve has been so hard to read, it's been coming down so quickly. Mostly it's just been a case of reacting, trying to put the ball back in the court. But a great little bit of proactivity there. Oh, and he finds it on the run, lifts it over. Well, a couple of vintage points there from Findle Hawkins, up the back of the ball. The height catching Draper out, he was on the move in the other direction. But order is restored with that ace out wide, and here it is. Match point for Jack Draper. Well, another rush from Findle Hawkins and takes Draper to deuce on serve for the first time in this match. Well, it's never still late, and never too late even while the contest is still going. And just a couple of times in this return game, he's been able to get a great read on that return.
Advantage Findle Hawkins.
Well, would you look at this? It was always going to be a case of keeping Draper out here long enough because his level has been just untouchably good at times. And Findle Hawkins, by holding that previous service game, has given himself chances here. Draper having a little chat to himself, facing a break point. And that is some way to respond. Well, the intensity's going up a notch. But that is the power of having a big serve. Cheap points when you most need them.
Advantage, Findle Hawkins.
Probably didn't have to be that good from Draper. Going back behind with the backhand, he had Findle Hawkins wrong-footed, but just a fraction wide. And here is another chance to extend this match. Wiped out.
Yes.
Still great to hear the positive energy from Findle Hawkins. He's a double break down here, set down as faced a match point. It would be very easy to just call it a day with the level that Draper's brought to court, but he is fighting here. And just testing out where Draper's at mentally.
Advantage, Draper.
Brutal exchange, and Draper is relentless when he needs to be. Will it be third time lucky? Another chance to get it done.
Game, set, match, Draper.
Yet to drop a set.
2 sets to love, 6-2, 6-2.
Jack Draper stays perfect in Loughborough, a second straight two-set win, 6-2, 6-2. Picks up the 3 points, taking his total to 6 in box 8. And navigated a little bit of a sticky situation in that last game after dominating the majority of the meeting. Jack Findle Hawkins, credit to him for staying out there, for making things tough at the back end, forcing Draper to work his way through, asked some questions, but the 19-year-old had the answers. And so Draper gets another convincing win, even in the bag. 6-1, 6-1 yesterday, 6-2, 6-2 today. And more matches to come for both these players heading deeper into the tournament. Sure, Joe Duria is giving him a well done at the sidelines there. Great performance, great to watch that sustained level of intensity. And it brings us to the culmination of the first match of the day on court one. Still much more to come. 5 matches to follow, the next of which features the top-ranked women's player in the draw, Freya Christie. She's taking on Danielle Daly, and it will be Jenny Drummond here to take you through that match.
Well, very good morning. Welcome back to UK Pro League 2021. This is day 2 of week 3 here at the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre in Loughborough. I'm Jenny Drummond and I'll be taking you through this first ladies match of the day between the top ranked player in the women's field, Freya Christie. She is taking on Danielle Daly. Yesterday, Freya Christie getting off the mark in strong fashion against Kimberly Pakusa, 6-2, 6-1. So she has scooped 3 points. So is sitting pretty at the top of box A, equal with Alice Gillen right now, who got a victory yesterday. Danielle Daly had a bit of a tougher encounter. She lost to Sonia Cartel 10-5 in the championship tiebreak. That was last on court 2 yesterday evening. So despite the loss, she picks up a point which could be very crucial indeed as we head towards the tail end of the week. First 5 days, of course, the group stages, and each player fighting for a place in the semi-finals. They'll take place on Saturday and, of course, the finals on Sunday. But the format here is that every single player is placed, all playing for a qualification spot in the finals week in November. So 8 weeks worth of qualification. Points up for grabs, prize money up for grabs too. And then the finals week taking place later on in the year. It's a season-long domestic
2
league,
minutes.
which allows these players to play 7 matches in 7 days, something that they've not
UK
been
Pro
able
League
to
round robin
do
match.
since the pandemic
2
really began.
tie-break sets.
The opportunity to get that many matches under their
One
belt
10-point
and
match.
also
Tie-break will be played at 1-7.
to earn some money as well.
To the left of the chair, Danielle Daly. Right of the chair, Freya
So these two
Christie.
ladies have met once before in week 1. It was
Daly
Freya
won the toss and
Christie
chose Teresi.
who got the victory, 6-2, 6-1, relatively straightforward fashion. On paper, Christie is the much higher ranked player of the two, 23 years old, ranked 679 in the world, has been as high as 286 back in 2016. From Nottingham, based at the JTC Academy in London. She's got Lucy Al with her on her side, former British #1, who is heavily involved in coaching at the JTC, bringing through up-and-coming female players in Great Britain. And meanwhile, we also have Jo Jury sitting on the court, former world #5, Grand Slam champion, of course. She was sitting with Jack Draper for his match.
30 seconds.
One of the main coaches at the Jet Academy, where 20-year-old Danielle Daly trains, unranked in singles at the moment, but has had some shoulder injuries. Danielle has had to deal with, that's for sure. She actually felt it in week 2, where she came 8th overall. She had a really good week, in fact, because week 1 she came 11th, picked up 2 points. Week 2 came 8th, so scooped 5 points there, but had to retire in her final match against Nadia Ross, and with the sore shoulder was quite upset actually. Started to feel the shoulder go a little bit against Olivia Nichols in her previous match. She had that shoulder surgery in 2019 and only started competing again at the end of the year, played just 2 matches. Then the pandemic hit in March 2020. So 2020 was largely domestic tournaments, British Tour, Progress Tour and Pro Series. Rounded off the year with some ITFs in Greece, and then this year began playing in Sharm el Sheikh, where many British players have been playing and are currently. And they put on tournament after tournament, basically is a big season of ITF events that players can play at. And let's be honest, it's a bit sunnier, it's a bit warmer over in Egypt than it is here in Loughborough. Although I have to say, it is a gorgeous day outside. The sun is most definitely shining. It's just slightly different conditions to Sharm el Sheikh, let's say. But since that start of the year, Danielle Daly has been playing every week of the UK Pro League, as has her opponent, Freya Christie. Semi-finalist in week 1, 3rd overall. Then had a bit of a tougher week 2, came 5th. Lost an important match to Elise Maloney, and that kind of cost her her semi-final spot. But she is the top-ranked player this week in the women's field.
Freya Christie
Will be looking to take top spot indeed. But here we go. First women's match of the day here on court 1.
They
both come out swinging right at the beginning of this match, and after a couple of weeks of not competing, I'm sure all the players have been delighted to get back on the court. I know certainly the winner of weeks 1 and 2, Emily Appleton, was dying to get back on the match court yesterday. She got the win, but her opponent, Olivia Nichols, had to retire at the end of the first set. Wasn't feeling too well. But I saw her this morning and she's feeling a bit better, which is great. So she's on. Olivia Nichols is on last today, so it gives her a little bit more time to relax this afternoon. Meanwhile, Emily Appleton is continuing her unbeaten winning streak right now. She will take on Elise Maloney later on, the repeat of the final from week 2.
For Taylor. Okay.
So a very straightforward start
First
for
game.
Freya Christie. Love hold to begin with. That will settle any potential nerves she has. Does have a big serve, likes to strike off the forehand, particularly after that serve. Mentioned she has a has a former ranking of 286. Has had some great wins in her career. Played the qualies of Wimbledon in 2016, 2017 and 2018. Played a couple of $15,000 ITF events at the beginning of 2021, just like her opponent Danielle Daly in Sharm El Sheikh. Lucy Al took her there, who's with her just now on court. In a semi-final of an ITF $25,000 doubles event in Sunderland last year.
Love 50.
An interesting thing about Freya Christie is that she got into tennis because her mum Carol, who is a nurse working hard during this pandemic, took her to Nottingham Tennis Centre when she was 5 because she wanted to palm her off so she could go to her aerobics class. And she was very naturally talented. A few weeks later, representing her county, didn't even know how to score. So that was a good decision from Mum Carol.
$15. $30.15.
Danielle Daly in week 2 had an incredible victory against Beth Gray, who was the second highest ranked player in the field. Beth wasn't feeling too great towards the end of the match, but nevertheless, Daly played some great tennis, won that 10-5 in the championship tiebreak. She'll be looking to create another upset here against Freya Christie. nice depth though from
30
Christie. Straight down the middle. It's a very smart tactic because it takes away the angle from your opponent. They've got to come up with something, and on that occasion, catching the backhand late, sending it wide.
$30-40.
A couple of back-to-back backhand errors and an early breakpoint opportunity for Christie.
Yes.
Well, that one hit the court this time. That was a punishing backhand. Perfect way to save a break point.
Let for set.
Oh, that's very well done.
Advantage,
Such
Daly.
control when taking the ball out of the sky. And credit to Christie. Made Daly play one more ball, and that overhead wasn't too straightforward.
Game, Daly.
Had
One
the
game.
point on a racket there, did Christie. But credit to Daly, hung on, saved a break point, and levelled this opening set. One hold apiece. And Christie is a tough player to play when her serve is firing. She likes to really take advantage of her service games and try and put her opponent under pressure in theirs. That's what she did do. Lovely
15
first
love.
serve there. So deep and angled out wide. Got a lot of movement on the ball, pulling Daly so far out the court.
Third seal up.
First ace.
set. Fourth sealer. Okay, Chris.
So a
Christy
second
leads
love
2
hold
games
for
to
Christy.
1.
Yet to drop a point on serve in this opening set. She leads Danielle Daly 2-1. Yesterday, Christy dropped just 3 games against Kimberly Pakusa. 6-2, 6-1. She started week 2 very well indeed as well. Defeated Olivia Nichols 2-love in day 1, then beat Annalie Olivelle 1-2, and then she came up against the eventual finalist of week 2, Eliz Maloney, and let me tell you, that match was a battle. Maloney came through 10-5 in the championship tiebreak, which essentially cost Christy her semi-final spot. And, well, the semi-final that Eliz Maloney played against Beth Gray, my goodness me. It kind of reminded me of Isner versus Mahou back in Wimbledon. That incredible 3-day match. She came back from 5-1 down, and it went on for just about 3 hours. Considering the match goes to championship tiebreak, it was very long indeed.
Love 50. Love 30.
Well, a bit of a chance here for Christy. Had a break point in the previous daily service game, couldn't convert, but it's certainly putting pressure on her opponent's serve from the get-go.
Love 40.
So that double fault, costly indeed, because it offers up triple break point for the top ranked player in the women's field to try and sneak an early break here.
Game Christie.
Back-to-back double
Christie
faults,
leads
and
3 games
that's
to 1.
hands Freya Christie the break of serve. Now with a bit of a cushion. Christie leading 3-1. Yet to drop a point on serve. Daly has a bit of a battle here on her hands.
Love 50. $15. Let's see, 50. $40-15.
Big serving from Christie once again. Barely missed the first serve. Just isn't allowing Daly into any of her service games so far.
$40-30. Game Christie.
So the first serve once again
Christie leads
working
4
wonders
games to
for
1.
Freya Christie as she consolidates the break in this opening set, leading 4 games to 1 against Danielle Daly. Unranked on terms of the WTA Tour, Danielle Daly ranked just outside the world's 1500 in ITF. Started playing tennis at the age of 8. Did Danielle. She was introduced to it by her mum. Both players, incidentally, introduced to tennis by their mums. She used to hit balloons around the living room with the plastic rackets from her grandparents. And then the competitive instinct kicked in very early on indeed. Knew all the way through school that it was the career she wanted to pursue, despite finding it difficult to balance the exams and tennis. So was homeschooled during her A-levels because tennis was her focus. 2020 started playing British events and really highlighted which aspects of her game she needed to work on. Long term, she does want to make the WTA Tour, does want a WTA ranking. But at the moment, her short-term goal is to stay injury-free, and we know she had that shoulder issue just a couple of weeks ago, so hoping that she can get through all these 7 matches pain-free. She has had to adjust the technique on her serve due to the shoulder injury. We've seen that happen a lot in tennis. Namely Novak Djokovic for his elbow. Kei Nishikori too.
$30. 40 love.
A bit of a battle at that point, but Daly managing to get the error from Christie.
Forty 50. Let us see. Again, Daly.
So the most straightforward hold for
Christie leads
Danielle
4
Daly
games
so
to 2.
far. The first service game, she faced a break point. The second one, she was broken. That one there, holding to 15. So giving herself a bit of positive behaviour there after steadying the ship against her opponent, Freya Christie.
Love. Third sealer. Love. Again, Christie. Christie leads
Once
5
again,
games to
Christie holding to love the third straight time, having lost just 1 point on her serve in this set so far. She is just 1 game away from taking it. We'll sit down as she leads 5 games to 2. So this is the second match of the day here on Court 1. We will have 4 matches for you on BT Sport Extra. The final 2 of the day will be available to watch at UKProLeague.com. Jack Draper got his second win of the week against Jack Findle-Hawkins, 6-2, 6-2. That was really quite a great performance from Draper, the top-ranked male player in this event, making his debut this week in UK Pro League. Right now we have Freya Christie leading Danielle Daly 5-2 in the opening set. Following this, Anton Matusevic, the week 2 winner, second highest ranked player of the week, taking on 19-year-old Oscar Waitman. Granted, it is a battle of the teenagers, both 19 years of age. And then Emily Appleton, the woman to beat, winner of weeks 1 and 2, takes on her opponent from the week 2 final, Elise Maloney. And rounding things off on UKProLeague.com, Josh Paris, winner of week 1, he is back in action against Louis Maxted. And then the last match of the day, Tanisha Desanakaya up against Olivia Nichols. So Danielle Daly serving to stay in this opening set.
Love 50.
Well played from
15-0.
Daly there. Very cute angle indeed. This wasn't easy to play at all. But here she just got her left hand around the ball. So much of the backhand is all to do with the left hand. We see some players hitting left-handed shots. Serena Williams, for example. We've seen Maria Sharapova do it a bunch of times too. Of course, Sharapova retiring during down 1.
15-30.
Well, that is an unfortunate
15-14.
miss for Daly. And the reaction says it all. Frustration certainly bubbling. That overhead tonk to the bottom of the net. And now Christie with a couple of set points. What a serve, though, from Daly. Completely jammed up Christie, got her in an absolute tangle, and basically just had to get herself out the way of the ball. But still, another break point that is a set point for Christie here.
Game in the first set.
Well, Christie getting the job done, making her opponent play one more ball, scampering around at the back of the court. Look at the athleticism there. And she takes this opening set 6-2 in relatively straightforward fashion. 3 breaks of serve. It's been a high quality set from Christie, losing just 1 point on her serve. It's just made it even tougher for Danielle Daly to try and hold on to hers. So on court 2, interestingly, we're still on the first match of the day. It looks like there is a battle going on. Once again, Billy Harris involved in that battle. He lost the first set to Alexis Cantor 7-6, but has the break in the second, leading at 5-3. Came through in the championship tiebreak yesterday against George Houghton. Finalist of week 1, Billy Harris. Stalwart of UK Pro League, played every single day, 42 out of 42 days in the Pro Series last year. So he can't get enough of it back for a 3rd week, but looking to get a 2nd victory there. Meanwhile, back to the court 1 action between the top-ranked female player Freya Christie, who is 1 set to the good. Oh, yes. Brilliant hitting from both ladies, and what a way to finish it from Freya Christie. That rally had everything in it. Really turned defense into attack well, and no wonder both of them are breathing deep at the back of the court. I'm breathing deep watching it. Really top stuff from both of these ladies. So Christie dropping just 1 point in that game, holding serve with ease. Once again, it's been a bit of a pattern of this match so far. Christie, given her ranking has been as high as 286 in the world, she's played some big tournaments, has travelled a lot with some of the top British females as well, the likes of Katie Boulter. And interestingly, the team for Billie Jean King Cup has just been announced. Includes Heather Watson, Jodie Burridge, Harriet Dart, Katie Swan and Katie Boulter. And the captain, of course, Anne Kyothavong. That will take place NTC on the 16th and 17th of April. Britain involved in the playoffs draw, so they will take on Mexico. Certainly be supporting them there.
Love 50. Love 30.
A right smile on the face of Christie there. It was a tricky one to deal with, that last ball. Credit to Daly, who was scampering around at the back of the court, showcasing what an athlete she is. But she's in a little bit of bother here. Doesn't want to go an early breakdown in the second set. It would be a tough battle to come back from.
Love 40.
But here are 3 break points for Christie.
There, first set.
Oh, well played.
15-40.
That was a sweet forehand off the Daly racket. See the little hop as she hit it, movement going forwards. And the whip as well she created. Dipped the ball back down into the court just in time.
Game, Christie.
But the shake of the head says it all right now. Christie with the break, leading 2-love. We'll get that scoreboard updated for you. So having dropped just 2 points on serve, 1 in the first set, 1 in the second so far. Be looking to continue in a similar fashion.
15 love.
Well, the depth of Christie causing some problems for Daly in that rally. Looked as though one of them might be sailing long, but clipped the line.
Let. 30 love.
Once again, the ball inching long.
Love.
Loves that serve, does Freya Christie. It's so effective. Really has managed to get a number of cheap points.
T15.
A big yell from Danielle Daly. Trying to get herself going, find the way back into this match. Joe Jury courtside for Danielle Daly, who trains at the Jet Academy. Joe Jury here with Elise Maloney as well, finalist of week 2. Sat in for Jack Draper's match, who trains there as well. Some top quality players. His coach, Ryan Jones, who was out with him in Miami.
Again, Christie, new balls, please.
There is
Christie
the
leads
consolidation of the break of serve for Freya Christie. She is motoring in this match. Dropped just 2 games so far. She leads by a set and a break. So over on court 2, that battle that has lasted an hour and 55 minutes so far has gone the distance. It has gone to the championship tiebreak. Billy Harris has levelled it by taking a second set, 6 games to 4. That opening set, which went to the tiebreak, took an hour and 7 minutes. Second set, 47 minutes. So they are battling it out in the 10-point shootout there. So we'll keep you updated with that encounter. But certainly on court 1, things are moving rather swiftly. Jack Draper defeated Jack Vindel Hawkins 2-2 in an hour and 3 minutes. Draper's match yesterday against Alexis Cantor, 1-1. That was just an hour and 4 minutes. So Draper making short shrift of his opponents the last 2 days. Granted, he is the highest ranked male player in the draw. And here is the highest ranked female player in the draw, Freya Christie.
Let first. Fifteen love. Fifteen.
Fourth double fault for Danielle Daly. Had a couple in the first set that offered up that first break of serve. That is solid net play
15.
from Danielle Daly. It wasn't easy to put the ball away.
Thirty.
So a big point for Daly right now. I'm sure Chrissy will be ready to step in. Try and get a heavy strike off that forehand wing.
30, 40.
Second double for Daly in this game. You saw her kind of hunch over at the end of finishing her swing there. Disappointed with herself. Just gotta hope that no shoulder pain is resurfacing for her. And simply maybe due to the shoulder pain, a little lack of confidence in the service motion.
Game. Christie.
And there is another break of serve though.
Christie leads. 4 games to love.
And Christie now really in a commanding position for love in the second set. Double break. And Daly chatting away to herself. Go back over what went wrong in that game.
Fifteen love. 30 love. Love.
This game just running away from Daly right now. Unable to even get into a rally situation. That's credit to the big hitting from Christie, setting it up perfectly with the big first serves.
Game Christie. Christie leads 5 games to love.
And Christie racing away to a 5-love lead in the second set. Just 1 game away from a second win this week. Comes into this week with maybe a little bit more pressure on her shoulders than in the previous weeks, given the fact she's the top ranked player in the women's side of things. No Beth Gray this week, she's away competing in Dubai. Emily Appleton, of course, second top ranked player. She is in box B, has only dropped 1 set in 15 matches, winner of weeks 1 and 2. She was itching to get out on the court yesterday after a couple of weeks of training. She'll take on good friend of Danielle Daly, Elise Maloney, later on today. Right now, Daly serving to stay in the match.
Love.
Oh, great rally.
15.
Wonderful retrieving from Freya Christie. See how strong she is when she hit that forehand. Managed to keep her balance perfectly.
Change on there, Danielle. 15, 30. 15-14.
The 6 double fault from Daly offers up 2 match points for Freya Christie.
That's 14. Game, set, match, Christie.
Well, that seals the deal
Possess
for
love,
Freya Christie.
6 love.
She gets her 2nd win of the week and is very untroubled by her opponent today. Danielle Daly has dropped just 5 games in 2 matches. The top ranked woman in the field is looking very solid. 2 wins from 2, so she picks up the maximum 6 points so far. And she is currently top of Box A at the moment. Just a dominating performance from the 23-year-old from Nottingham. Big serving, lost just 4 points on her serve the entire match. Something I'm sure she and Lucial will check out when they watch back the match. Made very few unforced errors, was really solid in her all-round game, and just too powerful for 20-year-old Danielle Daly. So that wraps up the first women's match of the day on day 2 of week 3 here on court 1 at the UK Pro League. Coming up very shortly, we'll have our 2nd men's match of the day. Anton Matusevic, winner of week 2 and the 2nd highest ranked male player, will take on Oscar Wakeman in a battle of the teenagers. That's coming up next. So coverage continues of day 2 of week 3, UK Pro League 2021 here at Loughborough University. I'm Jenny Drummond. I'll be taking you through the second men's match of the day between two 19-year-olds. Anton Matusevic, the winner of week 2. He was the top-ranked player in both weeks 1 and 2. Comes into week 3, second top-ranked player behind Jack Draper, who got off to a winning start earlier on today against Jack Hawkins, 2-2. And Matusevic takes on Oscar Waitman, who started off very well yesterday indeed, with a victory over the week 1 winner, Josh Paris. And we know that from Oscar's performance in both weeks 1 and week 2, he can be a tricky customer out there. These guys have met once before, but it was Matusevic who did come through that. It was week 1 of the UK Pro League. 4-4, but having said that, Matusevic trailed 4-1 in the opening set, found himself break points down, but managed to turn it around by hitting some winners. So it's going to be interesting to see how this match pans out with big hitting Matusevic, right, 570 in the world, British number 16. Has some big credentials. Was as high as number 12 in the junior circuit in the world. Twice a quarterfinalist at Junior Wimbledon. US Open Junior Boys winner. Sorry, doubles winner with Adrian Andreev in 2018. Beat a couple of guys in the top 300 in the world last year. That was a $25,000 event in Hamburg. After qualifying, he reached the semi-finals there, and he has said that those were some of the biggest victories he's had in his career in the senior circuit, that's for sure. He won the Battle of the Brits, beating Jack Draper in the final. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not he'll face Jack Draper later on in the week. And he'll be looking to use his big serve and monster forehand against this young man, Oscar Waitman, who is just an inch taller, 6'2".
Left of the chair, Great Britain, Oscar
He's
White.
ranked, well, there's a massive difference in terms of their rankings. He's ranked
Chose to receive.
183. Most recently played 3 ITF events in Kazakhstan in
1 minute.
February, one of which he made the quarterfinals after qualifying. So got a run of 4 match wins there, and is looking to build on some of that this week. He came 11th in week 1, so picked up 2 points, but he improved that by 3 places in week 2, because in week 1 he did come in as an alternate to replace Max Basing, who rolled his ankle on day 1 of the event. So then week 2 he came 8th overall, picked up some very good wins indeed.
30 seconds.
And then, of course, a great win against Josh Paris yesterday, 10-5 in that championship tiebreak, so picks up 2 points, as his opponent, Anton Matusevic, picked up the maximum of 3 yesterday as he defeated Henry Patton 2-3, and that was a bit of a showboating match in terms of the trick shots that came out. I think Henry Patton hit hot dog tweener winner, which massively impressed his opponent Anton Matusevic.
End of warm-up.
So I'm sure we will see some fancy winners today. That's certainly the type of tennis that Matusevic plays. Big hitting, easy power off both sides. Big serving too. So the third match of the day. We will have 4 matches for you on BT Sport Extra. The match to follow this is Emily Appleton, undefeated, 15 from 15. Liz Maloney trying to undo that winning record. And then the final 2 matches of the day on court 1 will be available to watch at ukproleague.com. Josh Paris taking on Louis Maxted. And Tanisha Desanakaya will take on Olivia Nichols. Lucy Al has a busy day as well today, as Joe Jury, both former players, excuse me,
Ready to go?
supporting
I think there's one.
their players on the court. Lucy, former British #1, of course,
The ball under the chair.
one of the main coaches at the JTC, where Oscar trains. Matusevic trains at the NTC.
One in the middle of the court. Red. Yeah, it's in. Okay. Yeah, you take B. Thank you.
So this week, same as every week, no line judges, no ball kids due to the pandemic. So the players are calling their own lines. The chair can overrule.
First set. That's one. Serve. Ready.
But
Play.
here we go. Second men's match of the day between Anton Matusevic and Oscar Waitman.
15 love.
A nice way to start for Waitman, continuing as he left off yesterday. And that solid performance.
All. Net for service. $15-30.
Matusevic loves to take on a second serve. Got some great depth on that return. Putting Waitman under pressure right from the beginning of this match in his opening service game. It's going to be key for Waitman to make sure that his first serve percentage is high in order to try and win his service games.
All. $40-30.
He certainly swung at that one. And it was flat as a pancake and just inched a little long.
Net for service. Yes.
Matusevic managed to dig out a very credible passing shot attempt there. Managed to keep it as low as possible. That troubled Waitman at the net. And it looked like Waitman was well in control of that point.
Advantage, Whiteman.
Second ace for Waitman in this game.
Yes.
Oh, wonderful inside-in winner from Matusevic there. Knew it had to be good because he was well out of position. Waitman were to get a racket on that.
Advantage, Whiteman.
Come on, let's go. So.
Yes.
Back to deuce we go. Third deuce of this game. Waitman having to work hard here. Really doesn't want to get broken in the opening game of the match to an opponent of Matusevic's caliber.
Advantage, Matusevic.
Well, here is a break point opportunity. 19 from Kent. And he takes it.
Matusevic.
Waitman throws in the drop shot to try and throw Matusevic off course, but he was up to it in a flash. And already, Waitman under some pressure here. Matusevic off to the dream start, breaking the serve of his opponent. So Matusevic in week one came third overall. He lost his semi-final to Billy Harris, who played the match of his life, 10-4 in the championship tiebreak. Then he beat Dan Cox in the third-fourth playoff. And then week two, getting ahead of myself. He reached the final without having dropped a set. And then did drop one against Whitehouse.
15 love.
in that big hitting final. My goodness, they were knocking the cover off the ball, rather. Whitehouse scooped the second set, and then Matusovic came
Net
through
service.
in the championship tiebreak to be crowned the winner of week 2. Mark Whitehouse not here this week, competing elsewhere. That's the great thing about the league. You get different players in different weeks. Come and go.
15 all.
Makes it extremely competitive. Shakes up the groups, shakes up the standings. At the moment, Matusovic leads the overall men's league table with a total of 30 points.
30-15.
Picked up 12 in week 1, 18 in week 2, and his opponent, Oscar Waitman, is in 9th place. With 7 points. Of course, each player is aiming to qualify for the finals week in November, the 9th week of the competition. 9 players will qualify. 3 wild cards will be added in as well, so a total of 12 players.
Again, Matusovic.
So after a couple of weeks of play so far, Matusovic's chance is looking pretty good, as he consolidates the break of serve in this opening set. But a crucial game here for Waitman. Needs to try and steady the ship a little bit here. Hold serve. Make a double breakdown against Matusovic in this opening set would be a battle and a half. Matusovic is very good at sensing the moment in his opponent's service games. Normally holds with relative ease, given that he's got such a powerful serve and ground stroke game to go along with it.
30 all. Yep, white. $30, $40.
Oh, inopportune moment for double fault from Waitman. And now a break point chance for Matusevic to lead by a double break.
Cheers.
Nice recovery
that's
though
his
from
Whiteman.
Waitman. Under pressure, dealing with it well.
Cheers. Advantage, Whiteman. Again. Whiteman. Matusevic leads.
Well,
Against
despite
2-1.
painting the lines, Waitman holds, gets himself on the board, keeps it within one break of serve. Matusevic leading 2-1 at this sit down. Matusevic comes into today on a 9-match winning streak. He's played 15 matches so far this year, has won 13 of them, winning 13 of his last 14. The 2 losses come to Jack Findle-Hawkins on day 1 of week 1 of the UK Pro League 2021, and to Billy Harris in that semi-final match in week 1. Since then, he's dropped just 1 set. His opponent, Oscar Waitman, has played 22 matches so far this year, which is quite a few. I mentioned his performance in Kazakhstan in the Futures event in February. Played the Pro League since
15.
And he has had some good wins. He's beaten Jack Van der Hawkins himself twice.
Net.
Draper.
First service.
Marching on. Made his ATP Tour debut in Miami last week.
$15 all.
Different conditions, though. In Loughborough to Miami. Vastly different conditions.
Stepping in if you just do that. 30-15. More. 30 all.
Oh, that's tidy tennis.
40-30.
From Matusevic. Dancing around the ball. Beautiful footwork.
Again. Matusevic. Matusevic leads 3 games to 1.
Another hold for Anton Matusevic. Extending the lead to 3-1.
Love.
A third ace for Oscar Waitman so far.
Love. One fault.
A foot fault called. So, second serve. That maybe just threw him off a little bit there. Comes up with a double fault. But he wasn't thrown off in that point. Another big ace from Oscar Waitman. Yeah, credit to Waitman there.
3 games to 2.
Hasn't succumbed to scoreboard pressure, staying solid as a rock. And stays within 1 break. 3-2 Matusevic. This is the 3rd match of the day on court 1. We have 4 for you on BT Sport Extra, the final 2 UKProLeague.com. Jack Draper got his 2nd victory of this week. In an hour and 3 minutes, he defeated Jack Fiddle-Hawkins 6-2, 6-2. He's lost just 6 games in 2 matches. Someone who can better that, though, is Freya Christie, the top-ranked female.
Time.
Has lost just 5 games in 2 matches. She defeated Danielle Daly in quick time, 6-2, 6-love. Following this match, Emily Appleton, can Liz Maloney break her 15-match winning streak? That will be up next on court 1, then on UKProLeague.com. Josh Paris, winner of week 2, he is back in action, taking on Louis Maxted. And then rounding things off this evening, Tanisha Desanakaya will face off against Olivia Nichols. And just having a quick check of the call.
$15 all.
I made it.
15-30.
Painting the line was Waitman. Snuck that backhand down the line in the court and forced the error from a Matusevic racket. And Waitman has a bit of a look in this Matusevic service game. Well, he has a major look in this service game now, as he has 2 break points to try and level things in this opening set.
Again, Weidman. 3 games all.
A drop in concentration from Matusevic. A few errors creeping in for him, and he hands Waitman the break back in this opening set. So 2 games on the trot for Oscar Waitman.
15 love. Just pull it too as well. Just stop it happening.
No wonder the fist pump coming out for Waitman there. Covered the court so well, just took a couple of steps to his left, but inside the baseline, crucially, just rocketed that backhand down the line, gave Matusevic absolutely no time to get across the court. He's out acing his opponent right now.
You called it out, did you? Yes. It was long, but you played. Anton, did you not play it as in though? You thought it was in? Then fine. We played. Yeah? Take a sec. You happy? Right. Okay. Yeah, so more audible.
So Anton playing it in, but succumbing to seeing it's out. So second serve. That maybe got him a bit fired up. He'd become a little passive over the last 10 minutes or so, having gotten broken in his previous service game. But he let rip off that forehand. And he is the type of guy that you don't really want to anger on the tennis court, because my goodness, he hits a big ball. Forehand misfiring on that occasion for Matusevic, and for the first time in this match, Waitman is out in front. He leads this opening set 4-3. Anton Matusevic with a little bit to think about this change of ends. Has that US Open towel from 2018 where he won the junior boys doubles title. So a bit of a lucky charm for him, no doubt. But 3 games in a row have gone against him. He had himself in a commanding position, but the concentration just dipped. In all fairness to Waitman, his level crept up a bit, but too many errors in the previous Matusevic service game. That's something he'll have to rectify here. That is just wonderful movement and control from Matusevic on the run. That really is not easy to do. Look at him even slide there. Doesn't try to do too much with the ball, just a little flick of the wrist. Stays extremely balanced.
That's 50. $40-50. Game. Matusevic. 4 games on.
So Matusevic stops the run of games against him. Wins a relatively routine hold of serve to pay back to 4-all.
In that left corner. Yep, cheers.
Right now, though, big game coming up here.
You can see it down there, can you? Yeah, that's great. That's fine. I thought it might have gone through.
To be fair to Waitman, he's come up with some big serves when he's needed them in this set so far. Very positive body language.
Love 15.
A perfect start for Matusevic in this game. Getting the first point puts a bit of pressure on his opponent.
Yeah, it wasn't wide, it just took the service line.
I don't think he knows if he's seeing things or not. I'll look round, seeing what everyone else thought of the serve, but called in. Matusevic could see Waitman ghosting into the net out the corner of his eye, waited to the last minute to drill that passing shot down the line, and the sheer power created from Matusevic was too much for the Waitman racket to handle. And naturally a big come on from Matusevic. He can sense the importance of this game right now. Well, the decibel level has shot up on court one. From 19-year-old Anton Matusevic. He has created 2 breakpoint opportunities. If he can convert one of them, he will serve for this opening set.
More! More! More!
That stung. Still has another one to negotiate though. Yes, sir. What a stunning lob from Matusevic to secure the break of serve.
Leads 5 games to 4.
Incredible touch. Where on earth he found that shot in his arsenal, I do not know, and certainly Oscar Wheatman doesn't know either. It's got to be the shot of the match so far. Matusevic certainly up and about. He is pumped now. They're leading 3-1, getting the early break, dipping a little in concentration. And Oscar Wheatman broke back to level things at 3-all. But now Matusevic with the second break of serve. In just a couple of minutes will serve for this opening set. Well, a couple of moments rather. Up and out of his chair first, as he often is. Anton Matusevic doesn't like to hang around.
15 seconds.
Well, the level has really gone up a gear or two for Anton Matusevic, as have the number of fist pumps. He's striking very big ball right now. Just 3 points from this opening set.
First serve.
He's going to be gutted that he pushed that wide. It was a great return of serve, set up the drive volley, but he just didn't quite get in the right position.
Love.
Set points. Doesn't need all three though, just needs the one to secure this opening set. Anton Matusevic, second highest ranked player in the draw, highest ranked player in Box B, takes the opening set against Oscar Waitman by 6 games to 4. Unsurprisingly, Waitman departing the court for a moment or two. Take his thoughts, but let's take a look at the numbers, which make interesting reading because it is Waitman who is more positive on a number of them. It's really the second serve points one that's the biggest difference there. Anton Matusevic winning most of them, whereas when Waitman misses his first serve, Matusevic loves to take on the return of serve. 3 breaks of serve in total, 2 for Matusevic in terms of him breaking the Waitman serve twice. And from 4-all in the first set, the 9th game really pivotal for Anton Matusevic. Came up with some great shot making, got the crucial break, and it looked like he was flying in that previous service game to secure this set. Now just trying to keep himself warm court side as Waitman has disappeared off the court. So meanwhile, over on court 2, it started off with a very long match between Alexis Cantor and Billy Harris, which was 2 hours and 11 minutes. Cantor coming through that 10-8 in the championship tiebreak. Now, Alice Gillen has rocketed her way through her match against Kimberly Pekusa. In 54 minutes, she leads by a set and 5 love. Coming up next on court 2, Julian Cash and George Houghton. That'll be the third match of the day. Well, we are currently on the third match of the day between Anton Matusevic and Oscar Waitman. The fourth match will be between Emily Appleton, winner of week 1 and week 2. She will be up against Liz Maloney in a replay of their final match just a couple of weeks ago. That will be the fourth match on our BT Sport Extra coverage. And then the last 2 matches of the day will be over on UKProLeague.com. Josh Paris and Louis Maxted will take to court 1, and then finishing off this evening, Tanisha Desanakaya and Olivia Nichols. But Oscar Waitman back on the court now. Trying to find some early form here as he trails by a set to Anton Matusevic.
Love 50. Not. $15.30.
So Waitman faced a break point in the opening game of the match. Does not want to face another. the beginning of this second set. Bear in mind, he managed to hold on to that service game. And that is wide.
15-40.
It's a different battle though if you're a break a serve down in the opening set. You don't want to be a set and a breakdown against someone like Anton Matusevic. Well, that is an absolute screamer of a forehand winner from Waitman. It just relaxes anything cool as you like, just rips it. Saves one break point, but still faces one more.
New balls, please.
Depth and power just too much for Waitman to handle there. Matusevic turning up the heat right at the beginning of this second set, and look at the difference in the body language. He marches to the change of ends with intent. And Waitman just with his shoulders down a little bit. Chair umpire doing the job with the ball kids. As we have new balls here, which will add a little to Waitman's misery, because you do not want Anton Matusevic serving against you with new balls. Of course, no ball kids line judges here at the UK Pro League due to the pandemic.
Love. Net. First service. Chile.
Matusevic skipping around the court. And if you're Waitman, that's something you do not want to see, because it's reflecting the level of tennis that Matusevic is taking to his opponent right now. A little bit of banter in this match in terms of the calls.
Chile.
Matusevic really does have great touch. He enjoyed that one as well. Despite his big hitting game, it's quite incredible to see him able to change up the pace. It's a strong net game too. And now it seems that Waitman has just lost his edge a little bit. There's the confidence of Matusevic is growing and growing as this match progresses. So Matusevic consolidating the break, and a big service game for Waitman here.
Love 15.
Well, he absolutely loved that one. That is just great play from Matusevic. Waitman cannot come up with an answer right now to the level of tennis from the Matusevic racket. He really is here, there, and everywhere.
Love 30.
Waitman just needs to bring himself back into the moment, back into the present. Focus on each point in hand and his game plan.
Score. 15-30. Attention.
Serve getting Waitman out of trouble there. Needs to find 2 more here. He found the serve, but the
30,
forehand just went a little bit wild. And now a breakpoint chance for Matusevic to extend his lead and go ahead by a double break.
Again, Matusevic. Matusevic leads. 3 games to love.
The double fault seals the double break in favor of Anton Matusevic, and he is firmly in control of this Pool B match. Leads by a set and 3 love. So Alice Gillen on court 2 did get that victory over Kimberly Pekusa, 6-2, 6-1. That means that she has secured another 3 points. In her pool. So she and Freya Christie are sitting quite happy at the top of Pool A, both on 6 points. She and Freya, the top 2 ranked players in the group. Freya Christie, top ranked female player in the draw. And coming up next, the second top ranked player in the draw. Emily Appleton will take on Liz Maloney. They will be waiting in the wings, watching this. Started to warm up. Emily Appleton only got a set yesterday against Olivia Nichols, who had to withdraw against her due to illness, so I'm sure she'll be looking to get back on the court after not competing in the last couple of weeks.
Love.
Liz Maloney will be looking to get a second victory of the week. She defeated Amelia Bissett 6-3, 6-2. 17 years old, Amelia Bissett. Oh, Waitman not even bothering to go for that ball there. And maybe that's a bit of a sign of the situation in this match as he checked out.
Taylor.
I think there's the answer. Let's do not forget who he's playing. Matusevic is a well-established player. Big hitting.
Good. Matusevic.
The world number 570.
Leads 4 games to love.
There is a big disparity in the rankings. 570 for Matusevic, 1,183 for Waitman. So I can't forget the difference on paper in terms of these two players.
Love.
He's so dangerous on the return of serve. He loves to swing. And swing hard he did there. And I mentioned at the end of the first set, that was the crucial difference between these two guys. The number of second serve points that Waitman had won was far less than that of Matusevic. And that's where Matusevic managed to get a couple of breaks of serve. Step in here again. Well, he's facing a guy who is delivering bazookas from the other end of the court. The power that Matusevic is able to inject, and the ball is just damaging. Let me tell you, when you sit courtside, the ball flies through the air and it's cool inside this Dan Maskell Tennis Centre. It's not that warm, so certainly in warmer conditions it would be even quicker to face. A lovely touch. And he is capable of that. Just really hasn't had the opportunity. But a nice change up on that occasion. He looked at it at first glance as if it's just trying to end the point quickly, but it came off very effectively indeed. That is one bazooka indeed. Oh my goodness me. He absolutely loved it. Honestly, the highlights reel that we could create of Matusevic from these 3 weeks of UK Pro League so far is quite impressive.
Again, Matusevic.
And there is the
Matusevic
break of
leads.
serve
5 games to love.
for Matusevic. He is just 1 game away from a second victory. He will serve for the match in just a few moments' time. And no wonder he's up and about before the chair umpire has even called time.
Time.
He wants to get this match wrapped up and ready to go. Oscar Waitman has other ideas, mind you. So the British number 16, Anton Matusevic, serving for the match.
Love.
Lovely 1-2 punch to get this game off to a solid start.
Love.
It's just punishing stuff. Wow.
40 love.
Everything he touches is turning to gold. And here are 3 match points for Anton Matusevic.
Again, center match. Matusevic.
Wrapped up in style, it is a 10-match winning streak for 19-year-old Anton Matusevic, his 2nd victory of the week here at UK Pro League 2021. Smiles all round. I'm sure a bit of banter at the net between these two guys. It was just too solid a performance from the British number 16. 2 sets to love. 6-4, 6 love. Didn't even drop a game in that second set where he was firing at the top of his game. So Matusevic will pick up another 3 points in box in box B, where he is a top-ranked player. So he will sit at the top of it now and wait to see how the rest of the day unfolds. A very solid performance from Matusevic, serving big. Look at the number of first serve points won and second serve points won. His ground strokes very strong behind that serve. Took his opportunities in the opening set, 2 breaks of serve. And in the second, Waitman couldn't come up with anything to trouble the world number 570. So Anton Matusevic, 6-4, 6 love. Solid victory for him against Oscar Waitman. So that concludes the 3rd match of the day on court 1. Coming up next, we have Emily Appleton. 15 from 15 she is. Undefeated here at the UK Pro League, Elise Maloney, finalist of week 2, looking to change that fate this afternoon. He will take to court 1 next, and it will be Abigail Johnson to take you through that one.
Video that forehand.
Day 2 continues. Welcome back to the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre in Loughborough, where we're continuing with week 3 of the UK Pro League and keeping our attention trained on court 1. Abigail Johnson here to take you through a rematch of the week 2 final between Emily Appleton and Elise Maloney. Maloney was a first-time finalist, but Appleton now twice a victor at the UK Pro League. She won both weeks 1 and 2, and she's looking to make it 3, yet to drop a match. And she made it 15 matches played, 15 matches won with her opening victory yesterday. Maloney has some form going, though. And heading into the previous week of competition, she was actually up on the head-to-head between these two. She led it 2-1. But Appleton seized the reins back in week 2, winning both their meetings to edge back out in front. They've had some battles, but who will win today? That's the question we're asking.
3 minutes.
It's been a quick day of action so far on court 1. Straight sets victories for Jack Draper and Freya Christie, the top 2 ranked players in each draw respectively. And then Anton Matusevic whistling through his second set just now for the 6-4, 6-love result against Oscar Waitman.
Two minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, UK Pro League round robin match consists of 2 tiebreak sets. If required at 1 set all, a 10-point match tiebreak will be played. Between to the right of the chair, Elise Maloney. To the left of the chair, Emily Appleton. Maloney won the toss and chose to serve. One. Seconds. Time.
Well, apologies for breaking off the commentary there. Slight technical difficulty, but we're back with you for the start of this match. Looks like it's Elise Maloney to serve to get us underway in this fourth match of the day on court 1.
Ready. Play. $15.
So Appleton a winner in both previous meetings in week 2 between this pair. Finished the round robin stage without dropping a set with her victory over Maloney in the group stage, 6-2, 6-3. And then was a 6-3, 6-3 winner in the final, but that one not quite so comprehensive. Maloney, who had been in an absolute battle with Beth Gray in the semis, coming back from 5-1 down in the second set, did fight, did peg her back. She had to work for that win.
Second serve. Second serve.
This one always makes for an interesting matchup of styles. Appleton, the power player, looking to get on top of the points. Maloney looking to extend the rallies as long as possible.
$40-30.
And that's what she has the potential to do, Maloney. Test Appleton out, see where her consistency's at. Particularly off that forehand wing that you just saw. Appleton's is brute force. Maloney spins, gets that ball back into play with depth.
Game, Maloney.
Well, she handled that return well, Maloney. Came in with pace from the racket of Appleton. And her timing kept the ball in play. Forced that one extra shot from Appleton. She overhits, and it is Elise Maloney on the board to get us underway. She had Joe Dury at her side there, Maloney. And Joe Dury, double-time Grand Slam champion, a coach at the Jet Academy, where Maloney trains, and she's had a busy day because she's been courtside for Jack Draper in the first match, Danielle Daly in the second, and now for Elise. Great to see her here. Courtside for Emily Appleton, her mum, Sally Appleton, who actually studied here at Loughborough University back in the day. So this is a bit of a throwback week for her.
Love 50. Let, first serve. Let, first serve.
The benefits of a huge first serve. Maloney had done all the right things in the previous point. Getting shot after shot in with depth, keeping Appleton behind the baseline, which is so key as she looks to impose herself.
30-15.
But Appleton just able to pick up so many cheap points off that first delivery. And that can be tough to go up against mentally.
Let, first serve. Thirty.
Maloney based at the Jet Academy, Appleton based down at St George's Hill, where the UK Pro Series was staged last summer. Dave Collins, a coach there who works with Appleton, has been with her for the first 2 weeks of the league. I'm sure he'll be watching on from elsewhere.
40-30.
Casually thumps down an ace in a potentially tight situation. Something we see from Emily Appleton time and time again.
Game. Appleton. 1 game.
4 unreturned serves in that game. Appleton in her week 1 final against Beth Gray famously served a game of aces. Notched up 5 in a row during that match, so she's no stranger to that. Ooh.
15.
Well, Maloney will breathe a sigh of relief there because Appleton had set that one up perfectly. Just couldn't quite finish it with the volley.
Love. 30-15.
And both these players came through without dropping a set yesterday, but in contrasting styles. Olivia Nichols forced to pull out after the first set against Appleton, which Emily had picked up 6-2, but Maloney completing a 6-3, 6-2 win over Amelia Bissett. And you can't really prepare for the kind of power that Appleton brings to court here at the UK Pro League, but game styles wise, that match against Bissett might have been a helpful one for Maloney, because Bissett was looking to go for it with her forehand. She was the aggressor on court. Maloney was moving her around.
Game. Maloney.
And she holds again.
Maloney leads 2-1.
Bit hit and miss from Appleton at the beginning of this one, as we saw similarly in her opening match against Nichols. Takes a bit of time to settle down. And it has been, gasp, a huge 2-week break between weeks 2 and 3 here at the UK Pro League. There was just the one empty week separating weeks 1 and 2. So a handful of the players just taking their time to get back into the swing of things. Both these players, though, from what we saw yesterday, the form of previous weeks still rolling. And it was a big step up for Maloney in the second week of competition. Finished up in 8th place in week 1, which would have been a bit of a disappointment to her with the quality she was able to produce. Alicia Barnett was the top-ranked woman on that occasion, and Maloney came from 4-1 down in the second set to push her the distance. So that second place finish in week 2 is a more accurate representation of the kind of tennis the 20-year-old's been playing. And Appleton, of course, has dropped a single set the entire 2 weeks she's played so far, so you cannot argue with that form.
Love.
Bissett, who Maloney just came through against, is currently ranked in the top 100 juniors in the world. Appleton knows about junior success. She reached the world's top 10 on the junior scene. Played the Grand Slams, had a taste of that kind of profile.
30-15.
And has shown what her level is capable of. There are some notable names among previous victims that she's faced on the tour. Certain Bianca Andreescu, Iga Swiatek, French Open champion. Oh, she threads the needle.
40-30.
Brilliant placement from Maloney. Her footwork and her timing has to be on point in this matchup, because Appleton is going to dictate and move up the court. Managed that one with fantastic rhythm. And it's still a little bit hit and miss from Appleton off the ground. The serve is absolutely firing. But Maloney will fancy her chances at the moment when she can extend these rallies, particularly when she's dropped the ball a bit shorter in the court, and Appleton is having to get the height on the ball as well as measure the length of it.
Advantage, Appleton. Game, Apple.
And the big serve steers her way through. Now, these two very different players, but one common trait that they share is you're not going to get much from them by reading their game face. They're very much reserved, calm on the court, contain their emotions generally, unless it is positive energy.
Love 50.
Maloney does have to be careful, though. Recent history is hard to forget, and she will not want to give Appleton the early advantage.
15. 30-15.
Pinpoint on the tee. We've mentioned the pace and the power of Appleton, but you've got to have the placement as well. And Maloney, while she can't match a stroke for stroke, does have that precision.
40-15. Okay, Maloney. Maloney leads 3-2.
And so this one continues with serve. Maloney with some great placement of shot in that game. And these early stages are particularly important. Appleton, if she breaks through at the beginning of a set or the beginning of a match, can have a tendency to pull away. And it's difficult to stop that train once it gets going. So Maloney doing a good job in these early stages just to keep that at bay. Although she will want to capitalize herself sometime soon, because Appleton will not stay this hit and miss off the ground all the way through the match. And most of the openings for Maloney in this clash are likely to be closer to the beginning of this contest. that drop in? It did. Back behind with the volley. That one seemed to hover in the air for a lifetime. But she steered it into play. Big stuff on the first point of the game.
Love. See 15. T 15.
Mentioned Appleton's mum Sally sat courtside. Her dad Michael was a pro himself, now based out in Germany. So tennis runs in the family.
Game Appleton. 3 games up.
As the sport itself, Appleton actually grew up playing tennis and badminton with her 3 older half siblings. And while very much the motion in the sports is different, tennis more about the arm and the body, badminton about the wrist, that hand-eye coordination is so key. And when you look at how potent and powerful things like Appleton's serve are, you have to wonder how much of a help badminton was in developing that.
Love.
Maloney's such a great mover around the court. Appleton almost caught her off guard there, going cross-court and sharp on the forehand angle when the space was open up the line, but Maloney covering. That's great placement though. Starting to become a bit more unpredictable, Appleton, with what she's doing in these rallies. Avoiding the obvious option. Looked fully ready to send that forehand up the line cross-court with the off forehand. Can't argue with that.
15-30.
On the stretch, just redirecting up the line. Stretching Maloney out as a result. So this is a half chance. And it became an even bigger chance when Maloney had to put that second serve in play. So credit to her for coming out on the right end of that rally. Appleton will have hoped to have done more with the return. Likes to get up on top of those and attack them down the lines or cross court. Wasn't able to do so much with that one.
T30.
Well, she is backing herself out here, Liz Maloney.
4 games to 3.
Staying in these rallies with intensity, showing what she's about. And Appleton had a half chance there, and it was quickly snuffed out. So this one starts to get interesting as we edge towards the business end. Maloney serving first, so even though there have been no breaks of serve, she's just keeping herself fractionally out in front. And it's been rare for Appleton to be under any form of scoreboard pressure here at the UK Pro League. She's won most of her matches so dominantly. The one set that she did drop was against Freya Christie in the Week 1 semi-finals.
Time.
On that occasion, Christie took the opening set 6-4, but Appleton bounced back for the 4-6, 6-4, 10-6 win. Christie did have a little bit of scoreboard pressure on her in Week 2. That first set edging down the wire, but Appleton came out firing when she needed to finish that one comprehensively in the Week 2 group stage, 6-4, 6-love. So we'll see how she responds if this one heads deep into the opener. Maloney will be hoping to cause her some frustration.
Love.
Well, there is a bit of a rankings gap between these two, but with their form at the UK Pro League, you can't really take much from it. Maloney actually ranked outside the top 1,000 in the WTA singles rankings, and Appleton at number 728. The difficulty at the moment is, during the pandemic, if you can't compete internationally, you can't get that ranking up. And we know from watching Appleton over the past few weeks that she very much plays at a level above that current number besides her name. When she can get back out to compete abroad, that forehand is going to cause her opponents a lot of trouble. Has definitely worked hard on improving her strengths and is using the UK Pro League as an opportunity to keep this form rolling.
40-50.
And earn some decent prize money at the same time, not to mention series ranking points. The 9-week league, which culminates in November, does offer points for which place you finish in each week. And players will be hoping to compile enough to qualify for the final league week.
Game Appleton.
And that's more like it from Emily Appleton.
4 games all.
From another player, you might gasp at that kind of quality on the 1-2 punch. For Appleton, when she's feeling it, it's something that she's capable of reproducing time and time again. Let's see if the ease with which she held that game puts any pressure on Maloney now.
Love 50.
On the first point of a service game, you do not want to see that happen.
Yeah, well long.
Asking the question, Appleton looking to capitalize on that little bit of fortune in the previous point.
Let's see, 50.
Going about her business so calmly here, Maloney. And yeah, Appleton has won their two most recent meetings. But when they've played against each other so much in such a short span of time, there aren't really any secrets out on court. Maloney will have got used to that pace that comes from the Appleton racket. And she'll have been able to adjust her tactics accordingly, if need be. Oh, wow.
Third seal.
Absolute bullet from the forecourt. A statement of intent from Emily Appleton. Taking this game into a tight spot for Maloney. Well, she was able to utilize that return a lot more there, Appleton, digging it deep into the court and pushing Maloney behind the baseline as a result. And this is a huge moment now. Maloney has done so well to keep herself out in front. Scrambling around the court, extending the rallies, placing her serves well, but she is definitely going to need a well-placed first serve here because Appleton can sense an opportunity. Oh, brilliant footwork from Maloney. Great pace around the court. At one point, it was open for Appleton, but the backhand she had to hit wasn't quite comfortable. Maloney is such a fighter, never gives up, never knows when she's beaten. That will be a gutting point for Appleton to lose, but she has to move on quickly. This game is not done.
Advantage, Maloney.
You won't see a ton of scorching highlights from Maloney. That's not her style. She will grit it out. She will work her way through. She's a grafter. And it's put her in a good position here. Back behind.
Cheers.
Using the momentum, Appleton, all in the timing there. Redirecting onto the paint. Would have been very interesting if that forehand had been a fraction wider. She's usually so big in the tight moments. And she is not willing to let go of this game.
Advantage, Appleton.
This is what makes her so tough. When she has opportunities herself, she doesn't miss many. And she doesn't offer many to her opponents. Another huge point for Maloney.
Deuce.
And she's let off the hook. You can see what Appleton's trying to do there. Taking the return to Maloney, not giving her an angle to take hold of to redirect the pace off. Just missing the mark.
Advantage, Maloney.
And Maloney will not do that with that cross-court backhand when she's got that inside the baseline. It is the shot that she can take on to her opponents. The forehand is more defensive at times almost. It keeps her in a lot of long exchanges, but the backhand when she's moving up the court, that's how she can attack. She opened up the way for it nicely there.
Deuce. Yeah. Advantage, Maloney.
Another chance to close a huge hold. And close it she does.
Maloney leads 5 games to 4.
Faced a couple of break points and navigated her way through them. At least Maloney playing her game out here. Getting those balls back in court with depth. Jo Dury will be pleased with what she's seeing here. And this puts us in a very interesting situation because rarely, if ever, does Emily Appleton have to serve to stay in a set at the UK Pro League. She is very much the dictator in much of her matches. But here, Maloney is applying the pressure. So now we're going to see what she's made of mentally. Can be tough when you've had breakpoint chances, haven't been able to push through. And even more so when it's at the back end of a tight set. The week 1 and 2 champion serving to stay in this one.
Love 50.
That's a combination that she probably wouldn't have missed earlier in the match. That said, it was hit and miss off the starting blocks from Appleton. Just a slightly slower start than the ones that she's used to.
Serve.
But certainly you could put that previous point down to the potential effects of scoreboard pressure. And indeed, the pressure of Maloney covering that baseline. She's been so light on her feet out here. That's more like it.
15.
Once again, tiny chances for Maloney, quickly erased by big hits from Appleton. We've seen it a few times as the set has rolled along.
Wide.
Great reactions from Appleton.
30-50.
Instincts tested there. Stayed cool under pressure. That was massive play. The difference at this stage between 30-15 and 15-30 is monumental. But danger is not averted. Maloney yet to break serve. At this position on the scoreboard, she is 2 points away from edging this first set. Gives it a long look. As much as Appleton sensed her opportunities in the previous game, Maloney will be sensing her own here. Big game points.
Game Appleton.
And she takes it.
5 games all.
She had to go for a little bit extra there, Emily Appleton. That first forehand behind the serve, hanging off the back of the baseline. But the bravery paid off. And now the spotlight is back on Elise Maloney, who fought her way through the previous service game. That was big stuff from Appleton to level up. She'll look to lock in here.
Love 50.
And that's a statement. Cracking down. Sending Maloney out on the stretch. And she knows that ultimately this match is on her racket. She's the player that can take it to Maloney. Maloney's job out here is to take it off her racket as much as possible. Move her around, get her off balance.
All. 15-30.
Digging in with that forehand more consistently in recent points, Appleton. And now it's Maloney who's threatened by the scoreboard.
Ready.
The huge swing doesn't pay off that time. Every point now brings heightened tension. Counts for more. But it will be another chance for Emily Appleton. Able to handle the deep serve from Maloney. She's hitting the lines on these service boxes. Can she do so again?
Game.
Just
Appleton
over
lead
pushes
all
it. That is disappointing for Maloney.
Appleton leads 6 games to 5.
She's fought so hard out here. She has asked many questions of Emily Appleton. Put so many balls back in play, forced the extra shot. But Appleton has kept her cool. And it's been slim, slim margins. Nailed her marks when she needed to. Got those forehands deep into play, and here we are. Appleton will serve for the opening set after this change of ends. And it's taken some doing to get here. It will be serious disappointment for Maloney, but she's not giving much away. She knows the set isn't over yet. Fourth match of the day here on court 1. 2 more to follow. Week 1 champion Joshua Paris taking on Louis Maxted next. And then Tanisha Dissanayake, who's in a bubble with Elise Maloney, training and practicing with herself and Danielle Daly. She'll be taking on Olivia Nichols to round out the day. Play also continuing over on court 2, where we had another 6 matches lined up. Currently, Julian Cash up against George Houghton. But for now, huge moments for both players in a highly competitive set. Emily Appleton looking to close it out. Nice change up from Appleton, taking the length off that forehand. Maloney had been dragged out wide by the serve, was racing to recover, and Appleton had no mercy. Some way to open this game.
Steady love.
good stuff
30,
from
50.
Maloney, sensing the need to attack now. Feeling that she's defended long enough and she has to try and get on top of Appleton a bit more to keep herself alive in this set, making a point of stepping around to take the ball on her backhand wing, which is the side that she drives off more. And it does the job there.
Video.
And changing up the look on the return as well, maybe not quite deliberate. Appleton hitting her marks on the serve now, and it's more reactive from Maloney, but that was effective, keeping it chopped short over the net. Appleton not able to get on top of that ball the way she would have liked to. So this is a big point. And big hitting to match.
40, 30.
Trademark stuff from Emily Appleton to set up her first set point.
Yes.
Well, the finish line looked so close there for Appleton. Whipped that ball, but didn't quite get the height she needed. And this game extends. You never quite know with Elise Maloney. 5-1 down to Beth Gray. We thought it was all over. She had other ideas. So in comparison, this will not look like a mountain to climb at all.
Advantage Maloney.
And the pressure telling. Here's a chance for Maloney to take us into a first set tiebreak.
Deuce.
Just couldn't quite keep that one in the court. Maybe dropped a tiny bit of acceleration on the follow through. These are slim, slim margins.
Advantage Appleton. That one all right.
So businesslike, Appleton. No time for sympathy. Thumps down a big serve, and here is another chance to get the job done in the first set.
Deuce.
Well, this is turning into quite the tug of war. Maloney's gritty qualities on full display. Appleton coming so near and still so far at present. When you consider that it's Elise Maloney on the other side of the court, a tiebreak is still very much a possibility.
advantage, Appleton.
Will the third time be the charm for Appleton? She's been here before. Maloney's dragged her back. And she avoids the tiebreak, but boy did she come close to it. Emily Appleton closing in style what was a hard-fought set of tennis. Elise Maloney very nearly was right back in it there. Small shake of the head, feels like she could have done a bit more, but she asked Appleton all sorts of questions as that one edged down the wire. The first 7-5 set that Appleton has contested since her very first match of the UK Pro League, when she defeated Kylie Bilchev 6-3, 7-5 on the 1st of March, so over a month ago. It's been pretty comprehensive sailing for her in recent times, and Maloney really tested her out on that occasion. But ultimately, she had what it took to get the job done, and she will take a lot of confidence from that going into this second set. Huge service game for Maloney to open.
Second set, Maloney to set. Love.
Well, for another player, it would have been pretty crushing to lose that opening set as close as Maloney had taken Appleton, but it is Elise Maloney here, and she will go after every single point as if it's the first and the last.
Third sealer. .50.
Swinging on that forehand. Mentioned a bit of a slower start for Appleton, and the danger now is that she might start to really warm up, really get going. A bit of the pressure and strain off her, having got that first set in the bag.
40-15.
A number of times, though, she's done all the hard work and just missed the finishing shot, which isn't something you tend to see from Appleton. She's such an aggressive, offensive player, and when she sees the chance to get it done, she thumps down the final shot.
Game. Malone.
That is what a player
Game,
like Elise
seconds.
Maloney can do to you, because she is so quick with her court coverage, so able to get the balls back in play, even if she's not in the ideal position to do so. And that can be a distraction, can cause the opponent to overthink, miscue on occasion. That's what she's all about, working her way through the matches. And that's the first game on the board for her. A big game to stop Appleton building any kind of momentum out here on court one.
Fifteen. Third sealer.
Making a point of moving up that court now, Appleton. Back-to-back points, she's done the same thing. Taking some time away from Maloney, making her feel rushed. And it's all built on that big first serve, utilizing it.
40 love. Game. Appleton. One game off.
Huge once again from Appleton. Obviously last year with the pandemic and the lockdown, players were kept off court for a while, and she did work a lot on the mental side of her game, which is so key. You can have all the shots in the book, but if you don't have the groundwork of the mentality, it won't do much for you.
Love 50.
And that's what we saw from Appleton at the back end of the first set, when things didn't go her way, taking a deep breath and just getting down to the next point.
15. $15.30.
Taking the ball early here, Appleton. Feels like she's taking it up again. And that depth of
15,
shot on the
14.
return is exactly what she's been looking for. Towards Maloney, forcing her back and capitalizing immediately with the follow-up shot, not giving her opponent time to recover. And here are a couple of breakpoint chances. Great intensity from Maloney to save the first. It is a question of how long she can keep this up. We know for a fact from previous battles that she's been involved in that she's out here for the long haul. But can she sustain in this point? Yes, she can. Back to deuce. Appleton with the tricky moment there with the backhand up the line, the higher part of the net. Always needs a bit more lift, and Maloney had done a decent job of keeping her behind the baseline.
Advantage, Maloney.
Upbeat attitude. And she might take something from the fact that Appleton's been throwing a few backhand slices in here. Doesn't often have to use them. Her A-game finishes the job. But in turn, she might be trying to unsettle Maloney a little now.
Let, first serve. Let, first serve. Deuce.
Can't argue with that forehand. Or that one.
Advantage, Appleton.
What a shot up the line in a moment of need. She is locked in right now.
Deuce.
Great depth behind the return from Maloney there, just to hold Appleton back. She was threatening to run away on a streak of adrenaline in those last few points. Maloney slows her down, essentially. Some thumping forehands from Appleton in recent moments.
Advantage Maloney.
The kick on that one maybe caught her out a bit. Wasn't able to accelerate through the way she would have wanted to.
Game Maloney.
She sees her way through.
Maloney leads 2-1.
From 15-40 down, and with Appleton really starting to find her range at the back end of that game. Maloney once again battles to the hold. Credit to her after losing that very close opener as well. And she knows that she still has real chances in this match. It's not a case of her having to win 2 full sets, because if she can take this second set, we'll go down the wire to the match tiebreak, first to 10 points instead of a full third set. And if she can just keep her nose out in front, there is the potential to make something happen. Would like to get a look at a few more second serves though, because Appleton is starting to look imperious on serve.
Love. That's it. Love.
Really is impressive from Appleton. Not the first time that she's come close. Hasn't been able to cross the line, but has just got straight back to business on serve. Looking after what's on her racket.
Game.
Couldn't ask for better.
2 games.
Well, maybe she could. Maybe she wanted a game of aces there. She knows she's capable of it, but love hold all the same. And it does send a statement to the other side of the court.
15 love.
Great put away. Didn't flinch when she was asked to finish that one for a second time, Maloney. Positive way to start the game.
Thirty love. Forty love. Game.
And a love
Maloney.
hold from Elise Maloney as well.
Maloney leads 3 games to 2.
Impressively done from the 20-year-old. And sustaining that great depth of shot on her ground strokes, the length of it, keeping Appleton back. As much as she is comfortable at the baseline, Appleton, she likes to try and follow her power up the court, and Maloney giving her fewer opportunities to do that out here. And you can't tell by looking at Emily Appleton, but that might be causing some internal frustration.
Time.
We know what a perfectionist she is. We've seen her after routine straight sets wins here at the UK Pro League go back out on court to work on a serve or hit for a bit longer, just trying to fine-tune everything. So how clean can she keep this game?
Love 50.
Not as clean as the previous one, it would seem. Was gathering steam at the back end of that game at 1-1, but since Maloney came through, some of these ground strokes have been creeping long. And that's the answer to that problem. Hit an ace or an unreturned serve, and you don't have to worry about what comes after.
Thirty 50. Video.
You could tell from the combination she produced in the previous point that she is trying to work her way up the court here, Appleton. That forehand that she missed up the sideline, probably not a shot she would have gone for in a normal situation from that position.
40.
She rarely misses an overhead. And that is the pressure telling. Maloney piling it on. And here is a break point chance. A reminder that she was break points down herself at 1-all. Managed to navigate the game.
Deuce.
And Appleton navigates that point. Clean hitting when she most needs it. Rising up with her back against the wall. No messing around.
Advantage, Appleton. Deuce.
Once again, just as she looks ready to get something going, Maloney holds her back, and it keeps happening over and over. Credit to Appleton that she hasn't let it agitate her so far. But the question is, how long will it continue?
Advantage, Appleton. Appleton.
And she finishes the job.
3 games all.
Both players now having come through service holds in the second set, saving break point. And Maloney can't believe that miss. The opening was there, but she had to do some scampering around. And Appleton had done what she wanted to, got into the forecourt, blocked the space, applied the pressure. And once again, solid under pressure.
Love 50.
Having navigated that tricky spot, she will look to make an impact straight away on the return.
Love 30.
Well, this feels like the start of something. Some of the forehand misses from Appleton during this match have been because she's run around, balls going to her backhand wing to get them on the forehand side and hasn't quite had the lift, but that one midway through that rally. Just missed. I was going to say midway through the previous rally she hit an off forehand that just creeped over the net. And it is the slimmest of margins sometimes between a shot that puts the opponent under some real pressure and one that finds the net. Well, that is what you call turning defense into attack. The shot placement was everything for Maloney there, forcing Appleton into an uncomfortable position for the overhead from the back of the court, having fully been on the ascendancy. And from love 30 with a forehand put away for triple break points, Appleton has been well and truly pegged back here.
T30.
Pegged back and stretched out. This time Maloney utilizing the width of the court. And Appleton understandably a bit more apprehensive to throw the hammer down because these balls from Maloney just keep coming back.
Good from here. For me, it was good. Yeah, didn't see any space. Deuce.
Well, the overrule comes from the chair. No lines judges or ball kids here due to the pandemic, so the players calling their own lines. But if the chair umpire feels strongly, they can overrule. And so Appleton, from being on the brink, stays alive in this game. Tough now for Maloney, thinking that she'd won that game. Has to continue.
Advantage, Maloney.
Well, Maloney is a player that wears you down, and maybe a bit of fatigue showing in that shot choice from Appleton. Wouldn't be her go-to. Just trying to find ways to finish the points off.
Game, Maloney.
And that forehand judged to have crept long.
Maloney leads 4-3.
Well, there have been so many moments in this match where Appleton could have nailed down the breakthrough and pulled away. And pretty much every single time, at least Maloney has said, not yet. Once again holds for the 4-3 advantage. We've been here before. This is turning into quite the battle on court one. And rightly so when you consider that we have the two week 2 finalists here on court. Both of them now at home in the conditions of the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre. Both have got a lot of match play in during recent weeks. And that's one of the many benefits of the UK Pro League. 7 guaranteed matches each week. If you are out on the international circuit, it's such a tough grind. If you lose first round, second round, that's it. You pack your bags, you move on to the next event. And there's no chance to get straight back out on court and work on the things you want to improve. This is definitely a unique situation. And Emily Appleton, perfectionist that she is, will surely be thinking of the things that she wants to work on after this match, but it's still very much underway. And she'll look to keep this serve firing. It's picked her up some cheap points.
15 love.
As shown.
Sealer. Left for serve.
You can't underestimate how much it takes mentally to have been so close in your previous return game, not being able to cross the line, but still come out and rain down bombs like this and keep a tidy service game yourself. Appleton doing it routinely at the moment.
T50. T30.
But once again, Maloney taking on every point with the same intensity. And 40 love down means nothing to her. Well, they call it the commentator's curse. Shouldn't have said anything until Appleton had that hold in the bag, because Maloney is certainly still giving herself chances in this game. Has the advantage of serving first, and so knows that if she can break through here, she'll be serving to level the match.
Advantage Maloney.
Well, the pressure mounts. And Maloney can sense her opportunity from 40 love down. 4 points in a row. And a chance to make it 5-3.
Maloney.
Well, she was sailing close to the wind in that rally, Emily Appleton.
Maloney leads 5 games to 3.
And in the end, Maloney showed no mercy, putting ball after ball back into play. Hugely impressive. She does cross the line. 5 points in a row for a huge 5th game on the board for her in this second set. It means that she's serving to level and take us into a deciding match tiebreak. Emily Appleton hasn't seen one of those since way back in week 1. Hasn't dropped a set since the week 1 semis.
Love.
And certainly this is not a situation she's used to being in. When she's been up a set here in Loughborough, it's been all but over. That 1-3 setter against Freya Christie, she dropped the opening set. And everything is working for Liz Maloney right now. You can feel the confidence building. Serious rhythm building.
Let's see, 50.
Let's see if Appleton can make her regret that. 30 love up inside the baseline. Didn't keep the racket head speed up through that forehand. But that's long. And Elise Maloney does have double set point to take this match the distance. Well, I'm not sure Emily Appleton will be missing second serve returns at this point, when it's all or nothing. A second chance for Maloney to close. And close it she does with brilliant touch up front.
6 games to 3.
Elise Maloney,
1 settle.
who was double break point down at the beginning of this second set, pushes out in front. She was 40 love down with Appleton serving at 4-3, but she never gave up, and that is the story of her brand of tennis, the consistent fighting spirit.
To decide the match.
Just the second set that Emily Appleton has dropped in the entire UK Pro Leagues that she has played. She played week 1, week 2, has now started week 3. And just the second time that she's been forced to go the distance. It's a rare feat to accomplish, but Maloney isn't done. One of her best wins of the series so far, Maloney, came during week 2 over Freya Christie, and that was in a match tiebreak. And of course, we can't forget that brilliant comeback over Beth Gray in the week 2 semi-finals. She knows what it takes to triumph this deep into an encounter. And nervous moments for mum Sally Appleton at the sidelines as Emily gets ready to take this final match tiebreak on. As dominant as Appleton has generally been, I don't think you dare to call this with Maloney on the other side of the net. She has asked so many questions out here. So Maloney looking to ruin Appleton's clean sheet. It's been 15 matches played, 15 matches won.
Appleton to serve.
It all comes down to this.
1-0 Appleton.
Caught her out with the height.
1-0.
Maloney at her scrambling best there. Appleton's forehands meant business. Covered the width of the court. But Maloney turned the point on its head, as she has done multiple times throughout this contest. Finds the mark.
1 Appleton.
Lands the hammer blow off the backhand wing. And that's good stuff from Appleton, considering the manner in which she lost that previous point. 9.5 times out of 10 you would have had her winning from that position.
Appleton.
And an ace for good measure, securing the mini break, consolidating it. Once again,
3-2, Appleton.
Maloney has her uncomfortable in the forecourt. That cross-court backhand straight into the body of Appleton, who tried to move around it to get the ball on her forehand. And just didn't have the positioning, therefore, to execute the volley. Well, this is getting seriously interesting. And this time it's Appleton on the runaround. And a sign that Maloney might just be wearing her down. Well, this is a big point coming up for Maloney. A little bit of a break with the change of ends. Appleton has had time to collect her thoughts, catch her breath.
4-3 Maloney.
And with that changeover, there was time for Maloney's serve to go a little bit cold as well. Appleton had the opportunity with that second serve return, was able to get herself right into the rally. But with Maloney's baseline consistency, she's really starting to struggle to find ways to finish these exchanges off.
Quarrel.
Restore some order.
Maloney.
Well, the forehand has become so hit and miss from Appleton. Not something that she's used to. And you can understand the reaction there from Maloney. She just got the mini break. She'd worked so hard for it, made Appleton play so many extra ground strokes. And would have liked to give more of a fight before letting that point slip.
Six, 5, Maloney.
Tenacity from Maloney is quite extraordinary at the moment. Continuously hanging on. Appleton opening up that court, having her running from side to side. She does not relent. And at the moment, it's Emily Appleton under all the pressure. A less familiar situation for her. Maloney has been in these situations several times over, against opponents ranked much higher as well, and come out on the right end of them. Did it catch?
5, Maloney.
It did not. The topspin brought it back down, but not in time to catch the baseline. And Elise Maloney here has 2 serves to get the win in the bag. It was
8,
right up
6.
inside the baseline to take that second serve return on Appleton. A tight, tight moment, but she wasn't about to miss under these circumstances. So 1 mini break erased. Can't save the other.
Maloney.
And Maloney once again comes back, keeps fighting. She will not relent. And it has Emily Appleton facing triple match points.
Game, set,
The
match.
two-time
Maloney.
champion has finally been
Sets to
beaten.
1, 5-7, 6-3.
Elise Maloney has picked up some huge victories, but this one tops them all. From a set down, she rebounds to get the win. 10-6 in the match tiebreak, and boy, there was some relentless hitting from Maloney throughout that match. Always so intimidating to go up against Emily Appleton, even when you have a couple of previous wins over her, as Maloney did. But she'd lost the last 2 meetings, both of them coming recently, and it was going to take something big to come out on top this time around. Appleton won't be thoroughly impressed with her own performance, missing a few forehands there. She has high expectations for herself, but she'd won 15 matches in a row here at the UK Pro League. If anyone was going to expose some potential mental or physical exhaustion, it was going to be Maloney, a player that can keep her out there on court, ask the questions, make her rally over and over again. The depth of shot for Maloney as well held Appleton back in the court. She wasn't always able to play the way she wanted to, wasn't able to get on top of the points the way she would have liked. And that's what Maloney does to you. That's the way she goes about her game. For Appleton, it's not over. She does pick up a point from this, and will come back out tomorrow for another match, so she can work on the things she wants to improve. But it is Elise Maloney's day. She gets the win in 3 sets and brings the BT Sport Extra coverage to a close here on Court 1. It's been another fun day of action, some dramatic clashes, and the last 2 matches on Court 1 will be broadcast via UKProLeague.com. So if you want to see the closing action of the day, Josh Paris up against Louis Maxted and Olivia Nichols taking on Tanisha Dissanayake, then head on over to UKProLeague.com. But thanks for tuning in to BT Sport Extra.
3 minutes. Two minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, UK Pro League round robin match. First 2 sets tie break. Some wide scoring. One set all, 10-point match tie break will be played. To the right of the chair from Great Britain, Louis Maxted. Left of the chair, Great Britain, Joshua Paris. Parish won a spin, chose to serve. One minute. End of warm-up.
Welcome back to the UK Pro League, Week 3, Day 2, and the penultimate match of the day on Court 1, which features the Week 1 champion, Josh Paris, up against teenager Louis Maxted. It's been another full day of action and a dramatic result just. Elise Maloney exacting revenge for her Week 2 final defeat and snapping Emily Appleton's winning run, coming through 5-7, 6-3, 10-6. And Josh Paris looking to get back on track after opening his campaign yesterday with a defeat narrowly to Oscar Waitman, 10-5 in the match tiebreak. It was a quick turnaround for him, having been competing abroad only recently. So he's looking to get things back on track against 17-year-old Maxted. And that's an emphatic start. Driving the ball off the forehand side, great depth of shot. And Maxted Maxted, as we've mentioned, 17 years old and used to playing on the junior circuit. In fact, he was competing on the ITF junior circuit only a matter of weeks ago.
13.
Won the last tournament he played, actually, out in the Dominican Republic. Won 5 matches there, beating Jack Pinnington-Jones, his fellow Brit, in the final. 6-2, 6-love. Pinnington-Jones training at the JTC Academy.
$30.50.
And naturally, having had most of his experience to date at junior level, the pace out here and the level of play is going to be a step up for Maxted. So it's a great opportunity for him to have this experience. And he did get off to a winning start yesterday with a 6-1, 6-3 victory over Jonathan Gray.
$40.50.
That will have given him a definite boost, but the challenges out here are different. Paris, the week 1 champion, very much capable of not just generating pace, but mixing things up. Bringing out the volley, using the drop shot.
Again, Paris.
And nailing an ace or two. So first game on the board for 25-year-old Josh Paris. Celebrated his birthday during the first week of the UK Pro League, where he qualified for the final and finished off with a straight sets victory over Billy Harris. He'd taken down Dan Cox, former top 250 player, in straight sets in the semi-finals. So he's definitely shown what he's capable of at the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre. Back in the UK after a short stint out competing in Egypt, following on from his week 1 title victory.
Louis Maxted to serve. Love 15. Love 30.
Just caught that. The height catching Maxted out, it was difficult. The topspin dropped it down at the last moment. And what a moment to land it. Love 30. Suddenly a bit of scoreboard pressure on the teenager. Who doesn't back off under it. Due to being at the beginning of his career, Louis Maxted, a lesser known name for a lot of viewers, but I know a few people were impressed with the way he competed and the tennis he displayed yesterday.
30 on.
Oh, he tracked it down.
Maxted.
Well played to close the game.
1 game all.
Paris capable with great hand skills, but Maxted was already on the sprint in as he went for that drop shot. Didn't break stride as he threaded the needle. And a statement close to that hold of serve from Maxted. Brave moves up the court, and a big winner to finish. So Paris knows he's not going to have it all his own way in this battle of the one-handed backhands.
Look. 15 all.
Well, Maxted made life very difficult for Paris there. Just clipping the net cord. The ball dropping down to Paris' feet. From that position on the court, it was going to be tough to deal with. And after being pretty much blitzed in the opening game, Maxted quickly finding his feet now. How good was that point construction? He was 100% ready for the serve and volley. Louis Maxted nailed the return down the line, was quick to capitalize on it. And suddenly, it's a couple of breakpoint chances. There's the intensity, fast-paced tennis. One saved, one still to go. And he can't creep that one over, so it is the opening break for 17-year-old Louis Maxted.
2 games to 1.
And he can well be chuffed with that. That was some impressive play, really intelligent. And he might be more familiar with Paris' game than the 25-year-old is aware of Maxted, with the difference in levels of experience. Paris obviously was a prominent figure here in the first week of competition. Picks up some great wins during that run to the title over Jack Findle-Hawkins, Dan Cox in the semis, and then obviously Billy Harris in the final in straight sets. And it can be tough when you've gone abroad, played in different conditions, the incredible sun of Egypt, to then come back, you're indoors, different conditions. It's the readjustment, and sometimes it takes a bit of time. He's still got all the weapons, and Maxted in these early couple of games, 2 or 3, able to find his footing and navigate some challenges to get the first breakthrough. Let's see if he can consolidate.
Love. Dirty love.
Doesn't have a senior ranking, Maxted, but in the juniors, the ITF junior rankings, he is world number 32. Has had the opportunity to compete at Wimbledon, and looking at these fluid ground strokes that he possesses, you can imagine that grass would be a good fit for his game. Rocketed through that forehand on the 1-2 punch.
Leads 3 games to 1.
And after taking a game to get going, he has been well and truly away, the teenager. Joshua Paris has a task on his hands out here.
Love 15.
And this is a really important game for Paris in this set to steady the ship. It's not just the fact that Maxted is up 3-1, but the way in which he's playing, quite enjoying the pace that is coming off the racket of Paris. And displaying a sharp mind, great tennis IQ.
15 off.
Big serves like that will help. Will have known coming into this, Maxted, that Paris likes to play from the forecourt, and when that's the case, it's so important to keep those passes low. Make the execution as uncomfortable as possible. He's doing damage here.
$15-40.
And there's the frustration. can understand the need to go for more on the second serve with the way that Maxted is locking into this contest. Would surely have looked to take advantage of one. Double break point for a double break. Doesn't miss that one though. Serve set it up, thumping into the box. Maxted just had to touch that return back into play. Purely reactive.
Here we go. Come on. Yes.
And that is positive energy from Josh Parris' side of the net. Maxted cost himself a little bit of time there, running around to get that on his forehand side. But still in this game.
Advantage. Paris. Net. First service. I am if I hear it. You call that one? You heard it? Yeah, sir. That's just an automatic reaction. I hear it. Yep. Again, Paris.
And he stays in touch. From a very precarious position there, Josh Parris. 15-40 down, and he brought the intensity following up behind the serve. Impressive. Sometimes when you're down and someone like Maxted is gaining momentum, the temptation can be to sit back, but that isn't Parris' style. He will move up the court. And in doing so, he does ask the question here of his young opponent.
Time.
Soft hands, scooped that over with such a sharp angle. He made something incredibly difficult look really easy there, Maxted.
On.
15-30.
Well, Paris senses a half chance, flung his momentum on the run into that cross-court backhand. And the ball came in with force. Maxted struggling to control that low volley. Both players starting to throw the kitchen sink at each other. And the half chance becomes solid chances, 2 of them for Paris. The game after, Maxted couldn't convert his own. That's how quickly things can change.
Second serve. Game. 3 games on.
Well, that reaction tells you everything you need to know. Paris getting going. And Maxted feeling the pressure after he'd been on a run of momentum, had points for 4 games in a row. But when Paris pegged him back, he stalled him. And now we're back on serve in this opening set.
Love 15.
That's a good response from Maxted. A very mature approach. Can't afford to back off just because he's been held back on the scoreboard. Has to commit to the game plan that took him out to that 3-1 lead.
Whoa. 15 up.
Well, that's just great proactive tennis from Maxted. Paris was pushing his ground strokes in deep, but he seized the opportunity to redirect the forehand down the line and was quick with his decision-making moving in behind. Sharp is the word that comes to mind when analysing the teenager's performance so far. And Paris is going to want a couple more big first serves to see himself out of this sticky situation. A scramble to find the balls. No ball kids or lines judges here at the UK Pro League due to the pandemic. Just keeping the people on court minimal.
Come on now. 40-30.
And Paris forcing Maxted to generate his own pace off that slice backhand. He just didn't quite have the lift over the net.
Again, Paris.
That's a huge hold of serve.
4 games to 3.
Credit to Josh Paris for finding the big deliveries when he needed them. So some close shaves for both players in recent minutes. This one turning out to be a fascinating matchup. And a great opportunity for people to see Louis Maxted potentially for the first time competing here in the UK. He potentially won't be around here too much longer. He's going the college tennis route, as many players have and indeed are, going either across to America or taking the university route in the UK. And he has signed to TCU, Texas Christian University, over in America. So hoping to start there within the year. Alistair Gray, who participated in Battle of the Brits team tennis last summer and various events during the UK Pro Series over at St George's Hill. He's there right now. Not just Alistair Gray, but a certain Cameron Norrie also went to TCU. One of the major college success stories of recent years. A lot of the American guys went that route as well.
30 love.
Such fluid hitting, consistent depth of shot. And that college option, university option, is such a good road for players on the way up, particularly on the men's side. The game has become so physical. You want a little bit more time to physically develop, but mentally develop as well. And going to university, it will give you a degree, so you've got a fallback plan for if tennis doesn't work out. Oh,
40 love.
clips the outside of the line. Had to get right down to get the timing on the forehand. A too good call from Josh Paris. Have to agree.
Again, Maxted.
And there's the
Walk
love
in.
hold. That's big stuff from Maxted. Paris having squeezed through his previous service hold.
Louis, just pull the curtain behind.
And so we begin to edge into the business end of this opening set. Little between the two. It will be interesting to see how Maxted responds to scoreboard pressure if Paris can hold here.
15 love. Yeah, it's good. Love. First serve. Chile. First service.
Nicely done. That is a statement service hold from Josh Paris.
Paris leads 5 games to 4.
Crucially ready for when Maxted raced up and got that pickup back in play. Just to reach out and put the ball into the open court. Point's never over till it's over. And that's the best hold he could have hoped for to love in this kind of situation. A reminder that Maxted was up 3-1 and had double break point for the double break lead, which could have been conclusive with the kind of rhythm that he picked up at the beginning of this set. But Paris is well and truly back in business, and now all the scoreboard pressure is on the 17-year-old. Didn't have to face any of this kind of scenario yesterday when he beat Jonathan Gray in straight sets. So let's see how he holds up under scrutiny. So Maxted serving to stay in the set.
Love.
More of the same. Impressive to be so capable in the forecourt with his relative lack of experience, Maxted. Sometimes in the junior game, it's a case of trying to out-hit from the baseline. And the more variation you have in your repertoire, the better it's going to play out for you further down the line. Maxted certainly uses his head on the court.
T50.
Chance for Paris to get something going here, though, after an emphatic hold like the last one. He doesn't want to let this opportunity to break for the set go by without a fight. But the moment that ball dropped a bit shorter, Maxted was right on top of the bounce to crack down and take advantage. And he levels up. Deeper we go.
Look. Look.
Doesn't matter if the serve and volley is predictable if the serve to set it up is that good. Really utilizing the wide serve, Paris, closing the space.
Look.
This is great stuff. Held his previous service game to love. And despite the response from his young opponent, is keeping his head firmly in the moment.
advancing.
He thought he'd made the approach. It was certainly close, but Maxted's call in front of him.
Yes.
Well, how quickly things can turn around. Particularly when you're playing fast as well. And it has been fast-paced tennis out here on court 1. Might help Paris to be taking his time here, getting the balls ready. Just catch his breath. It's more like it.
Advantage. Paris.
And if there is frustration, if there are negative emotions bubbling, channel them, put them into your game, as Paris did there.
Yes.
There's still chances for Maxted. Pretty level out here. No major show of emotion, either positively or negatively.
Advantage. Paris.
So close. The margins are fine. And Paris just flung enough into his cross-court ground stroke to make controlling that volley difficult for Maxted. Another chance then to cross the line.
Yes. Happy with that? Again, Paris. New balls, please.
And he gets it done. That is impressive resilience from Josh Paris,
10-5.
who was tugged back and forth there. There was a little bit of danger brewing after the 40-love lead evaporated, but he keeps himself out in front. And once again, the pressure is on Louis Maxted to keep himself in this opening set. Coming towards the end of a full day of matches on court 1. Wins for the top 2 ranked players in each draw, Jack Draper and Freya Christie, to open the day. 6-2, 6-2 for Draper over Jack Findle-Hawkins, and 6-2, 6-love for Christie over Danielle Daly. Then Anton Matusevic got it done in straights over Oscar Waitman, 6-4, 6-love, picking himself up 3 points there. But the surprise came in match 4 with Elise Maloney getting revenge for her week 2 final defeat in a 10-6 match tiebreak over Emily Appleton, having trailed by a set. That takes her to the top of the group box B. She's on 5 points to close the day. Emily Appleton now on 4.
Love. Love.
Still committing to the moves up the court here, Max said. Both players have done so, following the serve up. Oh, that's great play from Josh Paris. First of all, handling the serve that rocketed into his body, didn't give him an angle, was awkward to deal with, but he kept his balance and then found that brilliant mark down the line. Still a way to go if he wants to get it done in this game. That's brilliantly placed. Well, he's upped the ante in the last couple of points, Paris, sensing the opportunity to wrap it up ahead of a tiebreak. And reading Maxted's play, repeatedly moving up the court, there is that slight danger of it becoming predictable. Paris has read it well. But Maxted did hang back on that occasion, and it served him well. The return dropping in, he was able to get on top of it and drive. And so a point to take it into a tiebreak. Be a painful miss. It covered the court, was in position. But doesn't even take a moment to dwell on it. Impressive staying in the moment. And this set gets the tiebreak it deserves. These two have been throwing everything at each other throughout the duration of this opener. We've covered the whole length of the court, but something has to give.
To your right. It's to your right.
Paris to serve to get it underway.
Zero. Maxted.
Well, the pressure's on from the first point.
One all.
Seizes the mini break back. That quick response is crucial. Tie breaks, there's not much room to breathe. They're unforgiving of small errors.
Two, one, max dead. Two all. Three, two, Harris. Three all.
So methodically going about his business, Maxted, whatever the scoreboard. As loose as if this were a practice match. And he'll certainly be getting some great experience out here this week. Competes on the junior circuit. Been up against some of the biggest hitters in the British men's game.
Three, Harris.
A rare miss just over pressing in a neutral baseline exchange. We've seen little of that from Maxted. But under scoreboard pressure in the tiebreak, it could be more costly. Paris with a couple of serves here to potentially generate some set points.
First service.
Brilliant work from Maxted to get on top of that. He's taking these forehands once he's on top of the rally from the top of the bounce. Steering with control. So instead of building the space he was looking for, Paris brought back level. This is a huge point. It was a huge second serve to match, hanging off the back edge of the service box. Brave from Paris. Maxted again running around, trying to get it on the forehand side.
Six, four, Paris.
And he found the forehand there, but just pushed a little long. Paris on the race across the baseline. Maybe he saw him out of the corner of his eye. Either way, distracted. And it is a couple of chances for Paris to try and get this set on the board.
Six, five, Paris.
And you could see what he was going for there, driving deep to the feet, pushing Maxted back. Maybe broke a string there. Racket change ahead of this very big, very significant point. The set point on serve on his own racket. And he takes it.
First set, Paris.
He had to battle for it. It required resilience, it required bravery, and he put it all out there on court. Josh Paris edging the opener 7-6 over 17-year-old Louis Maxted, who gave a brilliant account of himself in that set. Just found wanting a couple of times in that tiebreak. This is where experience plays such a big role.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's here, but I can get to it. So just Yeah, just put your racket down and the strings on top. What tension? 52.
Looking for a restring there, Paris.
2 strings. Just one.
But the momentary break while he traded rackets didn't seem to hamper him. That was a strong finish to a tight set. And you have to feel for Maxted. He had the 3-1 lead, double break point for the advantage, and that might well have been it with the form that he was developing. He was getting on a roll. But Paris, with his consistent moves up the court, his big first serves when he needed them, put a stop to that. And just a couple of loose forehands in that tiebreak really cost Maxted. He'll learn from it, and he'll hope to do that and show the results of it in this second set, because this is far from over. If he can level up and take this second set, then we will go down the wire to a 10-point match tiebreak instead of a full third set, so there is still all to play for. Quick reminder of the format here at the UK Pro League. It is group stage action for the first 5 days of competition. We're on day 2. And it's 3 points for a straight sets victory, 2 points for a win, 2-1, and then 1 point for picking up a set on the way to a defeat. So Josh Paris did pick up a point for his efforts yesterday against Oscar Waitman. And Maxted getting the straight sets win over Jonathan Gray, who has since withdrawn, picked up 3. Still points on offer on both sides of the net as we continue with this intriguing clash. And Maxted to serve to open the second set.
Maxted. Love.
Whipped through the off forehand and did not break stride on the way to the volley. Plays with such rhythm, Maxted. It's good to see him getting straight back to it after the disappointment of just missing out on that opener.
Fortila. $40.50. $40.30.
Well, it only takes 1 or 2 points to turn things around, and Paris will hope to apply a little bit of pressure at the beginning of this set, remind Maxted of what has just been and gone.
Game. Maxted.
But couldn't find the line.
First game. Second set.
And so the junior world number 32 does get the opening game of this set on the board. Mentioned that he's most recently been out competing in the Dominican Republic last month. Played a couple of tournaments out there, winning the second, a Grade 2 event, with a victory over Jack Pennington-Jones, and had made the semi-finals in the event he played the week prior, losing out only to a certain Leo Borg, who is the son of the legendary Bjorn Borg, and looking to follow in his father's footsteps. So he's been picking up some decent experience on the junior circuit, Maxted, but looking to make the transition to seniors as he heads towards taking the college tennis route, which will give him a little bit more time to develop. A team environment there that a lot of players have been thriving on ahead of breaking onto the main ATP tour.
Love. Love. Fortila. Game. Paris.
Well, he can well come on after that service hold, thumps it down. And he saves himself a lot of energy with those quick service holds, those big service blows. Throws the spotlight straight back across the net.
Love. 15 up.
Picks the perfect moment to move up there. Paris having nailed the forehand up the line. And handled a tricky volley to close. He was getting pushed back by Maxted. Able to guide it cross court and it slid across the floor. Maxted had no hope of getting underneath it, and now he's in a tricky spot on serve. that was a ridiculous exchange of angles midway through that rally. Paris must have felt like he was in a winning position there, able to finally redirect a forehand up the line into the forecourt. But brilliant placement from Maxted. Puts a stop to his hopes. Huge difference between 15-40 and 30 all. Not out of the woods yet, but has avoided some very real danger. Huge play. And that was even bigger. Plumb on the baseline.
Juice.
Might want to take that shot back, Maxted. Difficult to attack off a knifed slice. But he has been trying to get on top of those shorter balls, generally successfully.
Advantage, Paris.
Supreme timing on that return. Just hopped to the side, swung through. The way he lined it up, it was as if he had all the time in the world. Emphatically generates this break point chance.
Juice.
But can't replicate the magic there. Maxted staying alive.
Advantage, Maxted.
Made the right move. Paris drove the off forehand deep. And Maxted on the stretch was in position to finish. Just couldn't quite drop it over, but great fight from his young opponent to keep himself out in front. A mini victory, but it will feel all the bigger for the length of the game. And for having saved break point. Play continues over on court 2. Tom Hands in as a replacement for Jonathan Gray up against Henry Patton. Patton took the first set emphatically 6-love, but Hands 4-2 up in the second set. Both courts available to be watched via UKProLeague.com. And here's Paris to see if he can replicate the scorching form of his previous service game as he steps up to the baseline now.
Love.
Well, one thing is for sure, lines have been painted in this match. Paris catching the outside edge on that occasion.
Love. Chile. $40-50.
Has to catch him out quickly to win a point on the return at the moment, Maxted. Paris showing exactly why he was so hot to handle in the week 1 of the league.
Again, Paris. Come on. 2 games off.
Levels up once again. And will take confidence from the fact that when things did get tight and go right the way down the wire in that opening set, Maxted eventually crumbled slightly. He was the player to offer up openings in the key moments. That wasn't until after he'd responded in style to scoreboard pressure, staying in the set. Served to stay in it twice. But that tie break definitely offered some extra tight moments.
15 love.
Brilliant shot from Paris. Was mixing things up nicely on the backhand side. And the forehand was a total shock to Maxted. Going back behind him. Showing the range of his skill set, the 25-year-old. He's covering the baseline well here. The timing on his ground strokes. Paris has really stepped up, keeping a nice position behind the baseline, not so far back that he's getting kept deep in the court, and Maxted has the opportunity to move up it, but not too close to the baseline that he's costing himself extra time to position. Nicely balanced, and now with a half chance to make something happen. That time, Maxted doing real damage, though. Swinging his momentum off the side of the court into the forehand down the line. Paris forced to defend with the backhand. And this is still a half chance, but Maxted is going to feel a lot better about it after the manner in which he won that previous point. And the confidence shows.
40-30.
More of the same. Executed so clinically. Really impressive to see, given his relative lack of experience. Terrific move.
Yes.
Had to block that return back off his body, but quick as a flash, he saw the angle that he'd produced and raced up to the net to cover the pickup. Fires a warning shot, and this game extends.
Advantage. Maxted. Yes.
Well, there weren't any breaks of serve in that opening set, and it's not a wonder that Paris is grabbing onto the opportunity of this game with both hands. Doesn't know when he might see another opening.
Not up.
That is great control from Louis Maxted. The way he flattened out that final forehand as well was brutal. Paris was throwing everything at him, changing up the height and depth and spin on the ball, just to try and unsettle his rhythm. Didn't work.
Again, Maxted. Maxted leads 3 games to 2.
Well done, Louis Maxted. That was big time tennis to come through a very uncomfortable game. Some highlights from both during this contest. And Maxted hasn't let the loss of the opening set get to him. Very much still backing himself. And knows that there is still so much to play for in this match. One still to come after it. to close the day on court 1. Olivia Nichols up against Tanisha Dissanayake. An interesting clash of styles there. Dissanayake with a huge lefty forehand and Nichols with the double skills that can cause a lot of trouble on the singles court. But this one still seems to have a lot of life left in it. Paris forced to serve to catch up once again.
Time. Can you just have a look behind the pyramid just for the fourth ball? No? Not sure. Love 50.
Some scrambling from Maxted. And it's always so key to get that first point of a return game, particularly when Paris has been serving so clinically. Just to set the tone for the rest of the game, give yourself something to build on. Allow yourself to settle into it.
Love 30.
Well, he upped the ante to come out of that previous game, Maxted. Paris made it tight. And it looks like now he's decided to bring something extra.
$15.30.
Can't do much about that.
Come on now. 30 on.
Or that. Closing behind Paris, sometimes you don't need to play out the serve and volley, but just the forward movement carries that serve a little further, makes it more potent. And the close behind rushes the opponent.
$40.30.
And why change a winning strategy? 3 points in a row now. Once again, great point construction from Maxted. Going back behind that extra shot to properly unbalance Paris and stretch him out, meaning that he would get a softer ball, even if he managed to cover the backhand.
Advantage, Paris. Juice.
It's a tough one. Maxted is doing a fantastic job, really, of making life difficult for Paris in the forecourt when the point hasn't been finished within the first 2 or 3 shots.
Advantage, Paris.
But there's the yell again. Still keeping the energy and the intensity, Josh Paris. Not afraid to take the game on.
Juice. Net first service.
That's brilliant control.
Advantage, Paris.
It's a race to the forecourt right now. Maxted had made a stellar move in the previous point, but Paris throws it right back at him. Ready to take the second volley on, so solid.
Again, Paris.
And he comes through.
3 games on.
Right idea from Maxted. He was anticipating the move, lined it up,
3 balls for 1 more game.
but the net cord did him dirty.
Play 1 more game after 1. If we can't play. What are we doing now? I'll tell him. Let me take 1.
So all level in set 2 once again. Just a replacement of a couple of the balls there. Maxted to serve. So good, Maxted, at spotting when Paris is deep in the court, when he's not expecting the move in. And getting on top to put the slower balls away.
Third, Sheila.
Took a jump there,
That's
Maxted,
50.
trying to get in Paris eye line, trying to do anything to distract him maybe, or just stop that smash finding its mark. We're still in a good position in this game, and in the match as a whole. Might be a set down, but as we edge towards the back end of the set, we edge towards the back end of the match, tie breaks would finish it. Oh, what a get on the cross-court forehand volley. Paris did well to cover and get it back in play, but Maxted ready for the response. It's just quality net play after quality net play at the moment. Something has to give. And while there have been opportunities, still yet to see a break of serve in the second set.
Service.
I believe I said earlier on there had been no breaks of serve in the opening set. That was incorrect. Obviously, Maxted led 3-1.
Again, Maxted.
What a reach.
Maxted leads 4-3.
Just touching that back into play. You can't teach that angle. And he does his bit once again. Nose out in front. Deeply impressive from the young prospect. So here at the UK Pro League, the 12-player men's draw and the 12-player women's draw each split into 2 pools of 6 to compete in a round-robin style format. These two both find themselves in Box B, where Anton Matusevic is the top-ranked player. Matusevic coming through in straight sets earlier, 6-4, 6-love. And Paris might well fancy his chances in this group. Over in Box A, you've got Jack Draper leading the way Week 1 finalist Billy Harris also present.
Time.
Jack Findle-Hawkins and his mixed bag of abilities. You've got a number of strong contenders in there, and there aren't quite so many key names here in Box B. So Paris would very much like to get the win done in straight sets here to pick up the 3 points that would go with it. Just picks up the 1 point in his match yesterday.
The back of that apron. The other side of it. The back of it. Love.
More of the same from Paris, but it is Maxted that is being put under pressure on serve, and for him to keep coming out and doing this is impressive.
40 love.
Nails that one down the tee. Has to be frustrating to see chances come and go, and to know you have the level to get it done and not quite be able to cross the line.
40-15.
But he's keeping his focus in his service games for now.
That.
Will do.
Paris. 4 games on.
The serve and smash avoiding a spot of danger. Maxted is fighting well out here. A couple of times he's been 40 love down in this set and threatened to pull it back. But as he did at the back end of the first set, Paris ultimately holds firm to edge it out. Gets interesting into the back end of the set, the business end.
Love 15.
And that reaction from Maxted says a lot. He's been so light on his feet, he barely seems to have broken sweat as he's danced around the court, covering everything, quick to capitalize. But Paris has been ever present. Has to be hoping to wear him down.
15 on.
Couldn't turn that point around a second time, Paris. That's really well worked from Maxted, who was pushed back by the height on the lob from Paris. Was back well balanced to handle the depth that came after it. And is using that forehand well to find routes back to the net.
T 15.
And bullet off his strings.
Thought it might have just missed. Again, Maxted. Maxted leads 5 games to 4.
Well, he takes that one more comprehensively after a disappointing opening to that service game and his head tipped back in frustration. Maxted ups the ante, so proactive on that forehand side and tough to put away at the net. So Josh Paris, even at a setup, has his work cut out for him, and now he has to face the scoreboard pressure of serving to stay in the set. And we'll see if that changes anything, because he has looked pretty secure on serve in recent times.
Time. Love 50.
Well, that's how to start a return game. Maxted increasingly prepared for these moves up the court from Paris. And on that favoured forehand wing, finding the mark. Trying to make his opponent feel the moment here.
$15 on. 15-30.
Spreading out the court. Spreading out Paris. And now Maxted sensing an opportunity 2 points away from leveling this one up and taking us into a deciding match tiebreak. So quick to cover that shorter volley, saw the damage that had been inflicted. Capitalized, and here we are. Sometimes the scoreboard does make a difference. Louis Maxted with 2 chances to take this right the way down the wire.
$30-40.
And he doesn't find the line. Louis Maxted, his hard work rewarded, takes us into a third. He has competed so well out here. Charging up the forecourt at every possible opportunity, using the forehand side.
Match tiebreak will be played to decide the match. Got it? You need to take him off.
Paris has been forced to race back and forth across that baseline on multiple occasions. I'll have to take a moment before this big final match tiebreak. A point guaranteed now for each player. And this will decide who takes 2 away from this meeting. Maxted came into the day on 3 points, having got his opening match win in straight sets. Paris had picked up a point, losing his opener in 3. And it's a chance to right the wrongs of yesterday for Paris, a chance to improve on that showing. That's not something that you get out on the main circuit. If you lose, you're done with the tournament, and you're off to the next one. But there is the chance here to finish the second day of action on a high note. Both players have produced some highlight reel-worthy tennis. It has been thoroughly entertaining to watch, but there can only be one winner. Such is tennis. And for Louis Maxted, it's a great experience, but he doesn't just want the experience, he wants the match wins as well. He's certainly shown that he has the level to step up and take it. He was caught out at the back end of that opening tiebreak. Will need to be a touch cleaner in this one in order to get across the finish line. Week 1 champion Josh Paris back on court.
Time.
And here we go, down to the final tense moments of this brilliant battle. And it will be 17-year-old Louis Maxted to serve to open this champions tiebreak.
set, match tiebreak. Max gets the set. 1-0. Max set.
Seemed caught in two minds there, Paris, ready to drive the ball and then changing at the last moment, potentially trying to catch Maxted off guard, but couldn't execute. Maxted has been pretty relentless with his ball striking as the match has worn on. But that's what he needs to focus on out here, Paris, just executing his plan A to the best of his ability. It would be all too easy to lose his focus, lose his weight, trying to outfox Maxted. Has to be clear cut.
You thought so? Sorry. Yep. I did think it was wrong. I did think it was wrong. I didn't put it straight away. You didn't call it? You didn't call it. Sorry? You didn't call it? I'm looking at you for the okay. First up. You know it's wrong. You got to call it. No, I'm pretty sure it's out. Yeah? So call it.
That was just brilliant touch on the forehand side from Paris. Deft through the air. Maxted on the ascendancy, driving his way up the court, and he's been so successful in that situation. Beautiful placement. Gets him back on serve in this match tiebreak. Nails the line.
3-2.
It is just highlight after highlight at the moment. So encouraging, however, this ends for Louis Maxted to see him going toe-to-toe like this with the Week 1 champion. So level heading into the change of ends. Reflecting the match so far, it has been a tug of war and a half out here. Both sets could really have gone either way. Each were decided just by a handful of points at the back end. It's just a testament to the talent at this level. Maxted on the junior circuit, Paris ranked outside the world's top 1,000 in singles, but both capable of such quality, and that's why the UK Pro League exists, to bring a spotlight to the kind of ability that's present at this level.
4-3, Paris.
Not that time.
5-3, Paris.
Even at the back of the court, he's kept over that ball, Maxted, and had the forward movement to execute with his passes up the line, but just leaning back on the backhand. Can't find the mark.
But
a crucial response. It might seem like a small point in the grand scheme of things, but after a disappointing outcome like the one before, it would have been easy for Maxted to lose his focus for a second there. That would have given Paris a 6-3 advantage, a bit of breathing room, and that could have changed the whole situation in the match tiebreak. Instead, Maxted stays locked in and goes about his business with the serve and forehand, and he's very much still in touch. Josh Paris and his big first serve have something to say about that. If he keeps serving like that with the mini break in his possession, he's going to be tough to stop. But nothing's been a given in this match. Just starting to show the frustration, Maxted. You have to feel for him because he stayed so upbeat with such a great competitive attitude throughout this lengthy exchange. And it might just be slipping away from him at the back end. Well, it's a normal tiebreak, that would be it. But it is the match tiebreak, the 10-pointer, first to 10. There's still time. And it clearly doesn't feel like there is. Perhaps memories of that opening tiebreak. The presence of Paris starting to suffocate Maxted. And it's a pretty healthy lead as far as tiebreaks go for Paris heading into this change of ends. An absolutely key point coming up for his young opponents. keeping that approach forehand
9,
flat,
4.
racing up behind it. Rarely missing on the high forehand volley. And here it is. 5 match points for Josh Paris. 5 chances to close.
Again.
And he gets it done. What a battle this turned into.
6.
What a performance from both players. Really entertaining tennis. So much play from the front of the court. But it is Josh Paris with a head for the big moments, the tight moments in both tie breaks. Coming through in the match tie break. 10-4 to secure 2 points at the end of this one, taking his total to 3. Tying himself with Louis Maxted, who picks up 3 points for a straight sets win yesterday. He's impressing the 17-year-old here at the UK Pro League. The first time that some will have seen him. And he has a lot to bring to the table. We look forward to seeing him again as the week progresses. But on this occasion, the week 1 champion getting it done. You can see there breakpoint opportunities galore, but few converted because the service quality from both was so good. Both of them proactive behind that serve. And it did come down to who had the head for those tight moments. And you could say experience paying off, but experience is something that Maxted will get more and more of as he continues to compete. So after over 2 hours of play, it is Paris who wins, and there is one more match to come here on court 1. And that features Tanisha Disanoyaka up against Olivia Nichols in another brilliant clash of styles. See you shortly for that one.
takes the tiebreak. One set all, 10-point match tiebreak will be played. Right to the chair from Great Britain. Left of the chair from Great Britain, Olivia Nichols. Nichols won the spin, chose to serve. Seconds. Warm-up.
Welcome back to Court 1 at the UK Pro League for the final time on week 3, day 2. 5 matches played, 1 still to come, and this could be quite the clash of styles. Doubles specialist Olivia Nichols bringing those skills to the singles court as she takes on Tanisha Dissanayake, whose lefty game can generate some serious power. Abigail Johnson here to take you through this close to another dramatic day of action. Week 1 champion on the men's side, Josh Paris, just sneaking his way through in the match tiebreak against Louis Maxted, the 17-year-old who gave a really good account of himself. And these two looking to close the day with a bang. Unfortunately for Nichols, she wasn't able to complete her match yesterday against Emily Appleton, was feeling under the weather. I was hoping it wasn't anything too serious. Back out to try again today. Great thing about this tournament, able to come back out on the following day if the result didn't go your way and give it another try. Almost caught the outside of that sideline, Dissanayake, but not quite. And so Nichols, 26 years old and a former student at Loughborough University, gets the hold on the board to get us underway. The senior player out here on court, Dissanayake, still in her teens, 19 years old. and has been working her way up the table at the UK Pro League. Week 1 didn't go the way she wanted it to. Finished up in 12th place, but took a couple of steps forward in week 2, finishing up in 10th and looking to improve still further. Got the first win under her belt yesterday in straight sets. And that was against Annalie Olivelle, but Nichols is a step up. I referred to her as a doubles specialist purely because she's played mainly doubles for the past few years, but that was to try and manage the shoulder injury that she was dealing with. Had that sorted, had surgery on it middle of last year, and is back out to try again on the singles court.
15-30.
It will be encouraging for Nichols to come out on the right end of some of these longer baseline exchanges. Likes to get up to that forecourt as much as possible. Very comfortable up there due to her doubles experience. And sometimes she has been in a little bit of trouble when left stranded at the baseline, but confidence boosting stuff there. Swing and a miss from Nichols. That is the damage that the Dissanayaka forehand can do. Once she gets it in just the right spot, it barely bounces, whistles along the court. Nichols with her own forehands response. And both players wasting no time in getting going here. It's not always fun to be last on, a long day's wait. But ready for it when the time comes.
Advantage, Nichols.
And she does get good feel on the off forehand, but going for a fraction much there. Dissanayaka not giving herself a lot of room to play with. Nichols was covering, and here's a chance to break through. Snuffed out by some big offensive play from Dissanayaka. A moment there where her heart might have been in her mouth. The net cord Just playing with the final forehand, but not enough to divert it from its course.
Advantage, Dissanayake. Again, Dissanayake.
Well, she comes through. That's a big hold to get on the board for Dissanayake. There are going to be more opportunities at the beginning of the match where the players are still warming into things. It crosses the line there. Both players competing in their third week here at the UK Pro League. Nicholls finished in 6th place most recently, missing out in a tough 5th place playoff with Freya Christie, who was the top ranked player in the draw. Oh, finds the baseline. That's the kind of touch and feel that Dissanayake will have known she was going to be up against coming into this. Doubles forcing you to play from every area of the court, naturally developing great hand skills in Nicholls.
Fertila.
There's her mum, Anne, watching on courtside. Nicholls, she's a nurse, but also runs the tennis club at their village in Norfolk. So, tennis background there. Oh, getting some good feel going on the forehand side now. Controlling it well when it's above her shoulder to land some big final blows.
Again, Nicholls.
And it's a love hold.
Nicholls leads 2-1.
Great response from Nicholls, considering she had that chance to break through in the previous game. Dissanayake stopped her crossing the line, but she does her bit to lead at the first sit-down. So a recap of the action so far today on court 1. Jack Draper, top-ranked player in the men's draw, opened up the day with an impressive win, 6-2, 6-2 over Jack Findle-Hawkins. Then Freya Christie, top-ranked player in the women's draw, delivered a 6-2, 6-love result over Danielle Daly. Anton Matusevic kept it comprehensive, 6-4, 6-love, racing to the end of that match against Oscar Waitman. Then Emily Appleton was upset by Elise Maloney. They have quite the head-to-head rivalry going on now. Maloney taking it to 3-all as she came back from a set down to get the win. And Josh Paris just now getting the match tiebreak win.
Net second service. Love 50.
When she likes to be aggressive, Dissanayake, she'll know that the hits and the misses come hand in hand. So has to take it in her stride.
Love 30.
But will be wary out here. The two have faced off once before in week 1 of competition here in Loughborough, and it was a comprehensive win for Nichols, 6-1, 6-love. So she doesn't want to repeat here.
Love 40.
But she plays fast, Dissanayake, and sometimes that means that things can just run away from her. Triple chance for the breakthrough.
Again, Nichols.
And just seemed like a little bit of a lapse in concentration there from Dissanayake. Would like to retake that overhead, but that's not how things work out here. And Nichols has the advantage in her pocket, looking to consolidate. So whatever happened to Dissanayake just there, there's a chance now to reset and dig straight back in and stop her opponent developing any momentum.
Love.
Nichols steering into the Dissanayake backhand, getting her on the stretch, keeping her away from that favoured forehand wing. And doing so again to open up the space, and getting herself inside the space line more and more. And it's a love hold to consolidate.
4 games to 1.
Delivering early, Olivia Nichols. This is encouraging for her, given the disappointing day that she had yesterday. Hopefully feeling well rested out here. It's a long week ahead for both players. So Nichols, a 6th place finisher in both previous weeks of competition. He's had a couple of tough 5th place playoffs. We mentioned the one against Christie most recently, but also one against Alice Gillen in week 1, who went on to reach the semis in the 2nd week of competition. And a big thing for Nichols has been the fatigue at the back end of the week. There are 7 guaranteed matches here at the UK Pro League each week, which is great for fine-tuning your game, getting into a rhythm. But for someone like Nichols, who's played so much doubles in recent years, but not a lot of singles, it can get quite a lot physically to deal with. So big matches at the back end of a week aren't ideal for her, but she's slowly getting into the swing of things and definitely enjoying herself getting back out on the singles court. The pain in her shoulder was so difficult to deal with, as much as she wanted to continue to play on the singles court. but those 2 tears she had in her rotator cuff have now been dealt with.
Net for service.
Nice change up.
50.
Temptation might have been to drive the ball with her positioning in the court there, Nichols. She was certainly in an appropriate position to do so inside the baseline, but spotted Dissanayaka's position behind the baseline and was able to expose that. So a bit of early treble. Navigated. And Nichols has to keep her foot on the gas here. Had some success in previous games hitting into the Dissanayaka backhand to open up the space. And if anything lands shorter in the court on Dissanayaka's forehand side, she'll be looking to put that to bed.
Thirty, 15. Went through the corner, right in the corner through the net.
And these balls forever rolling out through the back curtain. Players having to multitask out here due to the effects of the pandemic, minimizing people present. No lines judges, no ball kids. They do those rolls themselves. And great control on the forehand from Dissanayaka. That return came in so deep, she basically picked it up off her feet.
T30.
Well, Nichols had stepped in, applying pressure to that second serve. And now she's adding a bit of pressure to the service game that looked ready to be comprehensive. Well, that rally rocked back and forth, and for a moment it looked like Dissanayaka had done enough, using the height on the ball to drive deep, but then catching Nichols out with it as she came in for the overhead, wasn't quite able to put it away. But resilient from Nichols. And onwards we go. opens up the space
Advantage. Dissanayake.
and lands the final blow. The celebration was deserved. Big play in a big moment.
Again, Dissanayake.
Well held.
Nicol leads 4 games to 2.
From a precarious position, the 40-15 lead having evaporated, and Nichols looking on the ascendancy. Dissanayake hangs on, does her bit, but Nichols still with the break.
Love. Love. 30-50.
Oh, better for that to happen at 30 love than love 30. Nichols still looking pretty focused. Making the most of every opportunity out here. She would dearly love to be back out on the international circuit at some point, trying to put an accurate number besides her name in the singles rankings. But for now, just keeping a form rolling on these ever so familiar courts of the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre in Loughborough. Spent a number of years training here as she studied. And has since competed on these courts in ITF events.
Nichols.
And there is the hold that takes her 1 game away from this opening set. And for her opponent, Tanisha Dissanayake, she just needs to stay in the moment here. Already has more games on the board than she picks up in her entire previous meeting against Nichols, so that is steps in the right direction. And the focus right now needs to be putting the pressure on her opponent to serve this out, so do her bit. Nichols developed a bit of a profile for herself over the course of last summer with the domestic events that were staged. She took part in Battle of the Brits Team Tennis, and during that tournament partnered a certain Jamie Murray on the mixed doubles court. They were up against Cameron Norrie and Johanna Konta. So some huge names out on court with Nichols, but she went toe-to-toe with them. Really enjoyed that experience. And Dissanayake still on her way up at present. Started playing tennis out in Sri Lanka. Her parents are Sri Lankan. And she has a couple of siblings, younger siblings, a sister and a brother who is 11. His name is Tomasz, and he was the under-9 karate world champion. So sport runs in the family. And Dissanayake looking to make it her career.
Next change of ends. Next change of ends. I'll get the physio to look at you as well, next change of ends as well.
And just a bit of a discussion here, I think, about the physio coming out on court. I think that will wait until the next change of ends. So Dissanayake serving now to stay in this opening set. And that's some way to start. I'm just wondering what's up here for Nichols. Took a little bit of time at that change of ends.
Love. Love. Forty, 50.
This Maria Sharapova is one of her favorite players, Dissanayake.
Game, Dissanayake.
I think Sharapova would have hoped for more of those kinds of aces during her career, but certainly has the big power game that Dissanayake is going for with some of these big forehands. So a love hold, the best she could have hoped for. And Nichols steps up to try and put a lid on this set.
Love. We've actually started here, have we? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Nichols is now receiving medical timeout.
So there's the confirmation, a medical timeout for Nichols, which means we'll have a 3-minute wait here before the resumption of the match. Roundup of the results so far today on court 1. Straight sets wins for Jack Draper, Freya Christie and Anton Matusevic before Elise Maloney changed things up a bit by coming from a set down to defeat Emily Appleton, Appleton's first loss of the league. And then following that one, Josh Paris getting the win in 3 sets over Louis Maxted in a really well-fought match. A lot of net approaches from both players. And 17-year-old Maxted showing that he's one to watch.
How you managed to take with those gloves on.
Also action continuing over on court 2, where Alexis Cantor got the win in 3 sets over Billy Harris to launch the day before Alice Gillen got the straight sets win over Kimberly Pekusa. It was Julian Cash that was able to get things done in straight sets over George Houghton. And Sine Cartel, 6-love, 6-love victor over Nadia Rawson, so an impressive win under her belt. Penultimate match of the day saw Tom Hand's alternate replacement getting the better of Henry Patton in a match tiebreak, 10-7. It went down the wire. And currently on court right now, Amelia Bissett and Annalie Olivelle going head-to-head. Bissett leads by a set and 3-love.
Thank you. Treatment complete. Fine.
So medical timeout done and dusted, and we're ready to get back to business with this one. Nichols fired the ace to close out the opening set. Dissanayake having staged a sudden fight back in the final game with some red-hot winners. Nichols able to cool her down. On we go.
Love 50. Love 30.
Dissanayake has to be really careful here. Try and hang on to that form that she built up at the back end of the first set. It would not be ideal for Nichols to get the breakthrough. And she was so close there, Nichols. Got herself in the position that she wanted, nailing that far corner. But the volley was a low one. Will get her chances though.
40.
Dissanayake spying the opening, but just not quite having the clearance. Slim margins make a big difference.
Again.
And there's another one. Nichols does take the opening break, and frustration for Dissanayake. You've got to feel for her. That was a fairly long sit down. after the end of the first set. Both players getting the trainer out. But Nichols breaks through, and for Dissanayake, she needs to bring her focus back right away for this next game. Still right at the beginning of this second set, and she doesn't want to give Nichols any momentum. Also knows that this match is far from finished for her. If Dissanayake can take this second set, it would go down the wire to a match tiebreak instead of a full third set. And that's anyone's game. Nichols, though, with her doubles expertise, probably has the most match tiebreak experience of anyone else in this draw. It's a regular feature on the doubles circuit.
Second set. Love. Right through the tee.
Well, the chair can overrule. Players call first, but they are more likely to overrule that near sideline. More in their vision.
Fortila.
Great timing on the forehand side.
New balls, please. Nichols leads 2 games to love.
She's sustained that from the opening set, and the consolidation is emphatic to love. Nichols stamping her authority on this clash. But Dissanayake to serve with new balls here. Tend to fly a bit, see if this takes away any of Nichols' rhythm.
Net, second service. Love 50.
Has to stay positive here, Dissanayake. It can be difficult because she had struggled a little bit in recent times. wasn't shy to say it herself, had had a bit of a tough run of form ahead of a couple of wins in recent matches at the UK Pro League.
15-30.
And when that's been the case, that she has been losing matches time and time again, this kind of scoreboard situation can get frustrating. It can be a kind of a case of here we go again. But she's played some good tennis out here. But just left the space open there as she moved around to get the ball on her forehand wing, hitting into Nichols. And Nichols doesn't miss her mark. So double break point chance.
One in this curtain here. No, there's one here. I'm not sure where the others go. Likely to be the pyramid. Likely to be behind the pyramid somewhere. Okay, Nichols. Nichols leads 3 games to love.
Well, she might just start to pull away here, Olivia Nichols. If Dissanayake is going to stop her, then this next return game is going to be crucial, because she's got some rhythm going. And Dissanayake just fell off her stride a little bit there. Understandable frustration. Did pick up a really good win yesterday to get her campaign underway. Full 3 points against Annalie Olivel, 6-1, 6-3. And you could see that she was starting to get her form going at the back end of week 2. Gillen was an eventual semi-finalist, and Dissanayake able to take a set off her and force her down the wire. Went down 10-7 in the match tiebreak. And had a fairly close straight setter against Kylie Bilchev in the playoff match for 9th place, 6-3, 7-6 to the very impressive rising teenager.
Have a quick look in your corner. Down there, and I'll get Olivia.
But Nichols herself
Have a quick look over
has
there.
been a troublesome competitor here at the UK Pro League. Unfortunately for her, she's had to routinely play her toughest matches of the group stages at the beginning of the week when she's not really been able to get warmed up yet or get going. But she certainly gives everyone she comes up against a good match.
Got 2. Love 50.
Well, these are crucial moments in the grand scheme of this match for Dissanayake. To peg Nichols back. That's a good start. Taking time away from her as she went to recover for the second volley. That one proving difficult on the stretch, even for Nichols.
15 all.
The well-placed first serve sorts things out.
15-30.
And she's still going here, making that a really difficult volley for Nichols, Dissanayake, with the flatness of her shot up the line, dipped over the net.
All. Well,
the serve picking her up some cheap points when she most needs them, Nichols. Half chances for Dissanayake, quickly erased.
Yes.
But that was well landed. Off the backhand side as well, almost casually done from Dissanayake. And this game continues.
One fault.
You know, the forehand set up for the volley finish, but it was the backhand before it that set up for the forehand. Well crafted by Nichols, following that ball steadily up the court and not flinching in the face of potential danger.
Again, Nichols.
And knifed that slice into play,
Leads. 4 games to love.
making life tough for Dissanayake on the run. So Nichols now 4 games clear and 2 games away from wrapping this one up.
Love 50.
Making the right moves there, just missing on the final shot. That's well played.
15 all.
The applause from her opponent as well. Held herself really steady, Dissanayake. Knew that that second serve return would come in fast. So she dealt with it. And went big behind it. At this point on the scoreboard, has to be brave.
$30-50. 30 all. $30-40.
Not that time on the backhand down the line. Can be riskier, traveling lower. Nichols hanging on here, waiting for her chances. Here's a break point.
Again, Nichols.
And the top spin on that forehand just dropped it onto the paint.
5 games to.
You could feel the belief and the confidence just starting to ebb for Dissanayake. It's a difficult scoreboard situation to be up against. And Nichols very much gathering steam, so triple break under her belt. And at the end of this sit down, she'll be serving for a straight sets win and 3 points to her name. And this is the final match of the day on either court. Play will start up again at 10 a.m. tomorrow for the third day of group stage action. And here's Olivia Nichols looking to put her first 3 points on the board this week.
Love 15.
You just never quite know when they're going to land those absolutely red hot forehand winners. But Dissanayake can surprise you with them in a moment. At this point she can just swing.
$15 all. $30-50.
In at the body with some of these serves, Nichols not giving Dissanayake an angle to play with. And spying the opportunity to move in behind that clinically placed backhand down the line. Olivia Nichols with double match point.
Again, Sandy Match Nichols.
Soft touch to close. Olivia Nichols takes the 3 points on offer in this match, gets herself on the board in the group, box B, and draws herself level with Tanisha Dissanayake. in third place in the group to close the day. She'll be happy with that performance after the way things started out yesterday under the weather against Emily Appleton. Wasn't able to grab a point, but changes things around. There were some tight moments in that first set. Good display of tennis from both, but from there Nichols did pull away and looks pretty secure. Able to convert 4 of her 5 break point chances, keeping those numbers clean. And closing out the day with an emphatic performance. So that puts the lid on day 2 of week 3 here at the UK Pro League. Thanks for following along and tuning in. Hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. We'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. You can catch the matches on BT Sport Extra and via ukproleague.com. We'll see you then.